Good evening everybody and welcome to this meeting of the Planning Committee, Derbyshire Dales District Council, and thank you for your patience. We're only 5 minutes late, aren't we? So my name's Councillor Sue Burfoot. I'm Vice Chair of the Planning Committee, but I am in the chair this evening. If I could just introduce who's on this table with me. To my left we have James Cunningham, who's our solicitor. We have Rosie Dinnan, who's our development manager, team leader, and then we've got John Ramsey. I'm getting your title right, John. Democratic Services team leader, and we've got Freya Hunt in the corner there, who's also from Democratic Services. To my right, I have Chris Dale, who's our development manager, Gina Huffan, who's Senior Planning Officer, and Edward Vordin, who's also Senior Planning Officer. Just a little bit of housekeeping. We're not expecting a fire alarm tonight, so if the fire alarm does go off, it is for real. There are toilets out of the door to the left and also to the right down the stairs and to the left, and please help yourself to water, and there is some coffee just outside. We are being filmed. It will be on YouTube live, so if anybody really does not want to be filmed, that doesn't include the officers and the committee members, but if any of the speakers do not want to be on film, please tell us. So if we can move to the agenda. First of all, can I have apologies for absence, John, please?
Through you, Chair, we've received apologies from Councillor David Burton, and their substitute is Councillor Joe Linthwaite, Councillor Stuart Lees, and their substitute is Councillor Anthony Bates, Councillor Dermot Murphy, Councillor Laura Melstrom, and then their substitute is Councillor Neil Buttle, Councillor Lucy Peacock, and Councillor Nigel Edwards-Walker, and their substitute is Gareth G.
Thank you, John. Item 2 on the agenda is the approval of the minutes of the previous meeting on pages 9 to 14 of your agenda. Can I have someone to propose that we accept those minutes, please? Councillor Slack, I think Councillor Dobbs had his hand up first. All those in favour? Thank you. Against? Abstentions? Thank you. Those are carried. Those minutes are approved. Item 3, interests. Do we have any members who have an interest in any of the agenda items? No, thank you. Item 4 is public participation, and as we come to each item on the agenda, I will ask those speakers who have put the names down to come and sit at the desk here. Thank you. So if we move on to item 5, which are the applications for determination tonight. The first application is 5.1, application number 24/01-027, full Congregational Chapel, Chapel Lane, Middleton-by-Wirksworth, and that's starts on page 15 of your agenda. Now, members did visit the site yesterday. We do have quite a few speakers on this agenda item, on this application. If I could just take some advice, please. Shall we do the late reps now or after the speakers? Yeah, after the speakers. Okay. So we can ask the first speaker, which is, I hope I've got your name correct, Lisa Varney, please. Each of the local residents do have 3 minutes. We need to be quite strict on that because we have got a long agenda. Just before you speak, Lisa, could I ask... Lisa, sorry. Yeah, sorry. Peter Stevenson, to just stand by so that we can be ready. Thank you.
I've been a resident in Middleton for 33 years, living directly across from the chapel. My dad's grandparents are buried in the chapel cemetery. Parking issues are getting much worse as the village is growing at the moment. At the weekend, we've got probably about in the region of 20 cars parked up, some directly outside the chapel, some going all the way down my wall. My wall is adjacent to the chapel. They're coming from the main street. We haven't got enough parking as it is. This gentleman wants to turn it into a hostel, housing up to 25 people. My concern is, where are these people parking for a start? Because there is no parking in Middleton, let alone a car park for them. And the access to the church, lots of people have been turned away this year. From before beginning of the summer last year, he put a notice on saying he was locking it up and they can't get in. I do know one lady fell. I picked her up, I did, and the ambulance come for her. She got herself in there. But my issue is the noise what's going to come from this chapel. We've got 2 village community centres already. We've got the village hall and we've got Mount Cook, which is adequate for the amount of people we've got. This man doesn't even live in England, but he wants to open a centre for hostels. We're going to have a lot of noise. We don't get noise from the pubs because there's only 2. It's a small village and it's a small area he wants to go, and surrounded his people. It's quite densely populated now compared to when I first moved to that village. I was the only one who had a car when I first moved there. No, there was no parking anywhere else, only on a Sunday when the chapel come, and that was locals. There were no outsiders parking. Now we've got lots of people moved to the village, and the parking is absolutely horrendous on Chapel Lane. It's narrow, then it peters out to a bit of a wide bit, and it's just horrendous, the parking. There's one gentleman here who's had his car already smashed up through idiots going up and down. So that's my main concern, the parking and the access to the cemetery. I just think it's wrong that a man wants to put a recreation area in a working cemetery. How can that be okay when people go to visit deceased in there? That's me done.
Thank you. Peter Stevenson, and could I ask Adele Dutton to please be ready? Thank you.
Thank you for hearing our presentations this evening. We recognise the difficult decisions you must take in this particular application, and that you must base your decisions on what you see before you and the facts submitted to date. We're living in uncertain times with bullying tactics and misinformation coming from across the water from America, and there seems to be very much an analogy with this application, in that from the initial submission to date, there has been a real effort to give you a warm and fuzzy feeling that here is a person having the community at heart. Let us be perfectly clear that here is a person this could not be further from the truth, in that the council has been deceived and that the classification for this application is completely and totally incorrect. This will be clarified beyond doubt during our joint presentation. However, the fault does not totally lie with the council, because the applicant has given misleading information. We're mindful that it's been a long time since the last meeting, and that not everyone here tonight will have attended on that occasion. So our starting point will be give a simple summary of the main points that we presented to the previous meeting. The simple plain fact is there is no need or use for the proposed community facility, and at no point has the applicant communicated with the village to research and understand this. In support of our case, we gave examples of the very real issues of noise and antisocial behaviour which would arise from the proposals, and which would impact severely on the immediately adjacent properties as well as a substantially larger part of the village. We raised concerns about cars and parking and the fact that insufficient consideration had been given to the problems which would arise from this proposal, and insufficient consideration given to the matter of the limited local transport facilities which exist in the village. We gave evidence of the very real and severe consequences which would arise from the neighbouring properties, not only noise and behaviour issues, but also from loss of privacy and light. Since our last meeting, the graveyard has become overgrown and is a complete disgrace, and the applicant has endeavoured to lock it off, preventing entry by the public. The present building would make 2 substantial homes, and which would fit well within the community. I'd now like to hand over to my colleagues to provide additional facts to enable you to reject the planning application. Thank you.
Thank you. Adele Dutton, please. And could Mike Dutton please stand by? Thank you.
Good evening. The application is for a community hall with associated works. The architect plan shows a large open plan area on the ground floor with 2 bunk rooms on new mezzanine levels above. The only access from the bunk rooms to the bathroom and toilets is through the open plan space on the ground floor. This means that any community activity cannot occur when there are residents occupying the bunk rooms. Otherwise, random people will be able to wander through the community space at any time. Not ideal for community activities involving children. It has been suggested that the accommodation could be used for overnight stays by community groups such as guides or scouts. Any children staying overnight would obviously need to be accompanied by adults. However, on the government website for the Department of Education, in the document titled After School Clubs, Community Activities and Tuition, Safeguarding Guidance for Providers, dated September 2023, it states, in overnight accommodation, make sure there are separate sleeping, washing and toilet areas for adults, older and younger children, and according to sex. Overnight stays for groups of mixed sex should have at least 1 male and 1 female supervisor. I would suggest, therefore, that the current plans for 2 bunk rooms only do not allow for community groups of children to stay in this proposed facility. The only options left for bookings, therefore, are for groups of adults, probably stag and hen parties. This is not an appropriate development for a quiet residential area. The floor area of the chapel, with the 2 new mezzanine floors installed, is 313 metres squared. Of this, potentially only 65 metres squared is available for community use in the multi-purpose hall. 78 metres squared is exclusive dormitory space, and there is 125 metres taken up by the dining area, lounge and kitchen. It is not clear whether this area is dedicated for hostel use only or for use by the community, but since seats and tables are provided in the multi-purpose hall as well, one would reasonably assume there is no expectation for community use of the lounge and dining areas. On this basis, only 27% of the floor area is for community use, i.e., 3/4, the vast majority, will be given over to the hostel. I believe this proves the primary use of the chapel going forward will be as a hostel. In my opinion, this application has been made under the wrong classification and needs to be resubmitted under sui generis if not fully refused. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Dutton. Thank you. Mandy Pearson to stand by, please. Thank you.
Good evening. Reviewing the application against the Derbyshire Dales local plan, while the proposal contains quite a few positive elements, it fails to demonstrate compliance with several key policies, and therefore there are sound planning grounds on which the committee could refuse permission. So firstly, Does the proposal actually qualify as a community facility? Application being submitted as use class F2, which applies to buildings whose principal purpose is to serve the local community. However, the proposal includes accommodation of groups up to 25, operated through private bookings with a commercial kitchen and sleeping facilities. While the application lists several possible community activities, it does not provide evidence that community use would be the primary use of the building, nor does it demonstrate how the overnight accommodation would remain secondary rather than the primary use over time. This raises a serious concern that the proposal is in reality a form of visitor accommodation, not a genuine community facility. This conflicts with the intentions of local plan policies HC15 and HC19, which support community facilities that genuinely serve local needs. Secondly, proposal raises major concerns in relation to residential amenity, which are protected under policy PD1. The application includes accommodation for large groups, parking areas and access arrangements within the graveyard. Yet the application states hours of operation not relevant, and there is no clear operational management plan demonstrating how noise, disturbance or the impact of overlooking on neighbouring properties would be controlled and managed. The absence of these safeguards mean the proposal fails to demonstrate that neighbouring residential amenity will be protected as required by policy PD1. Third point, there's clear transport and parking concerns. The application proposes 2 parking spaces for a building capable of accommodating groups of 25 people. No evidence has been provided to justify this level of provision, so policies HC19 and HC21 require developments to be safely accessed and to provide enough parking or evidence to support reduced provision. That evidence has not been demonstrated. So, in conclusion, while the reuse of the building in principle is welcomed, the proposal does not demonstrate compliance with local plan policies relating to, firstly, community use, secondly, residential amenity, and thirdly, transport. So for these reasons, the proposal does not demonstrate compliance with key policies of the Derbyshire Dales local plan, and these key policies are PD1, PD2, HC15, HC19, HC21. So in the absence of clear compliance with the local plan, we respectfully submit there are sound planning grounds for the committee to refuse the application. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Could I ask Lucy Pearson to stand by, please? Mandy.
Hello, I'm a resident of Willardine Farm, which is obviously right, I'm one of the closest residents to this project. I object to the application on the grounds of the following. The case officer has made no reference this time to the development of the trackway, which is to be used to provide access to a new car park space and turning circle, but fails to recognise that the applicant has neither an easement or right-of-way to access this area. The deeds of the property provide no easement to permit motor vehicle access, and therefore no prescriptive right-of-way can be confirmed. In this case, the trackway belongs to Willardine Farm and is the main route access to our farm and land, as per the Land Registry owner title plans. The applicant has not requested or obtained permission to use the track for the provision of parking to the chapel. In any event, even if a prescriptive right-of-way could be determined, which it can't, the use would be changed by the application and that preceptive right-of-way would not apply. The example used is that of access to a field. If you then develop the field into a housing estate, the right of access via other farmers' trackway no longer applies due to the change of use. I have lived at Willardine Farm for over 40 years. There has never been a vehicle access to the chapel, as it is not a frontier, as originally the chapel was a much smaller building on Chapel Lane and the Sunday school was added to the east and rear side at a much later date. The fact that the applicant has applied to restructure the entrance and to put a vehicle standing indicates that it never has been a right-of-way for vehicles for the chapel. The only people that have access are the fronters, which are Willardine Farm, number 11, number 13 and Hilburn. who have easements and rights of access on their deeds. This lane is private and has been maintained by Willardine Farm. These shared properties have old lead water pipes running alongside and underneath gas mains too. Sorry, I said that a bit wrong. These shared properties have old lead water mains running alongside gas mains under the single track, which have to be maintained and funded by the said properties. These pipes are old and would be damaged with increased traffic. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mandy.
Thank you.
Lucy, please. And would Olwyn Bailey please stand by?
Hello, I'm also a resident of Willardine Farm, which sits directly on the eastern side of the chapel. I'd like to reject the proposed application on the grounds of issues surrounding privacy and antisocial behaviour. Our home is sat significantly below the ground level of the chapel, so our bedroom windows, kitchen and bathroom are all visible from the chapel grounds and the building itself. Our neighbour at 7 Chapel Lane also sits below the ground level on the southern side of the chapel and has multiple windows facing the burial ground. The applicant, in one of his responses, suggests that those closest to the chapel and graveyard should close their curtains to stop people from looking in. This is both an insult and a testament to the applicant's temerity in dealing with the local community and those most affected by this application. Everyone neighbouring this application has a right to privacy and a right to light. Putting trees or hedges up to screen the area would deprive neighbours a significant amount of light. The changes to the graveyard area will invade ourselves at Willardine and our neighbours' privacy, consequently affecting the quality of life for everyone in the immediate vicinity. Policy PD1 states requiring that development achieves a satisfactory relationship to the adjacent development and does not cause unacceptable effects by reason of visual intrusion, overlooking, shadowing, overbearing effect, noise, light pollution or other adverse impacts on local character and amenity. It will be an extremely unreasonable arrangement allowing up to 25 hostel guests free reign in the graveyard area at any hour of the day, any time of the year, furthermore intruding neighbours' privacy, security, along with noise and other issues. Following on with antisocial behaviour, Policy PD1 states requiring that the developments are designed to minimise opportunities for antisocial or criminal behaviour and promote safe living environments. Development does not minimise opportunities for antisocial behaviour, it actively creates whole new opportunities for undesirable, antisocial and criminal behaviour. It does in a sensitive area of a burial ground, as well as a conservation area. It should be noted that the graveyard has protected rights where offences are criminal acts. For example, based on the Cemeteries Act 1977, it is an offence to wilfully create a disturbance in a burial ground, commit any nuisance in a cemetery, or play any game or sport. Allowing a 25-bed hostel to be positioned within the walls of a burial ground with a proposed reflection area will clearly lead these offences to being committed and therefore contravenes the local plan and its foreseeable probability. To conclude, this proposed application will simply make life unbearable for myself, my family and our neighbours. If this application is approved, we will never know a moment of peace in our own homes. The planning officer has stated that this will not affect those surrounding properties. The evidence provided here is a clear indication that this is completely untrue.
Thank you, Lucy. And our next speaker is Olwyn Bailey, and could Linda Rawlinson stand by, please? Thank you.
Good evening. I am a near resident of the Congregational Chapel and I oppose the planning application. There is a permanent parking issue in Chapel Lane, with the area immediately outside the chapel usually full of cars parked by village residents. The provision of public transport has deteriorated, with many days on which there is no reliable bus service, none at all in the evenings and none on Sundays. The vast majority of customers under this proposal would inevitably arrive by car. Where would they park? This application falls foul, actually, of the NPPF policy guidelines, paragraph 109, subsections A and B. The application for development is for a property in very close proximity to the village children's play area, within 50 yards, yet no mention of this has been made by the applicant or by the planners. This committee, in February 2025, asked Mr Woodin, the applicant, to satisfy certain criteria. Regarding access along the adjacent lane to Willardine Farm, which is essential to the applicant's parking plans, It appears to be privately owned by Willowdean Farm. Mr Woodin has made an assumption that he has access. He doesn't. The purchase of the chapel did not come with an easement for access over this private drive. Therefore, he has nowhere accessible which can be used for turning and parking. Mr Woodin has completely failed to engage with village residents on the need for a new community facility and has failed to show community support for his scheme. There is already sufficient capacity for community use in the village hall, the Holy Trinity Church Hall, the 2 village pubs and Mount Cook Adventure Centre, the latter which also provides overnight accommodation to groups. Mr Woodin states that his community supports him. What community? It's certainly not Middleton. Mr Woodin, far from satisfying this committee's request to him last year to maintain safe access to the churchyard, has padlocked the gate, not maintained the ground, and as far as I am aware has not insured the ground. Locking of the graveyard and lack of maintenance has caused very real grief and upset to relatives of those who are interred there. This is an active burial ground with plots paid for and due to be used in the future. Shockingly, I understand that Mr Woodin has recently refused access for a burial in a plot bought and paid for, forcing the bereaved family to delay the funeral and seek an alternative place of burial. He has demonstrated a complete lack of regard for this planning committee, a complete and cynical lack of regard for the Middleton community, and I have little faith that he would abide by any conditions which you place on him by this committee in the future. The site, for many reasons, is wholly unsuited to a large commercial hostel venture or a so-called community use. Parking and traffic problems, access, commercial kitchen smells, noise pollution, possible antisocial behaviour, lack of privacy for neighbouring properties. People live here. Development into 1 or 2 properties for family housing would be great and much more appropriate and readily welcomed by surrounding residents. I ask this committee, please reject this application. Thank you.
Thank you, Olwen. Our next speaker is Linda Rawlinson, and could Robert Rawlinson stand by, please?
A local community is a group of people living in the same geographic area, such as a neighbourhood, village or town. We now refer to the case officer's report submitted on the 2nd of March 2026. Proposed uses for congregational chapel. In section 7.2, the officer refers to the applicant's statement that the chapel's day-to-day use would be for preschool daycare. The use for daycare is the only specific reference by the applicant to local community use, and this is a possibility only. No actual demand has been substantiated. In his submission of the 24th of the 12th 24, the applicant himself states that there is already provision for childcare within the village and suggests that different ventures would fit better. No such other ventures have been substantiated. In section 7.3 and section 7.4, the officer refers to the short-term group rentals with a variety of suggested uses. The kitchen would be built to commercial standards and could accommodate on or off-site catering, etc. In his submission of the 7th of the 2nd 25, the applicant refers to some of these specific activities as being of a commercial nature and being better suited to a commercial space, i.e. the chapel. He also states that the kitchen would be built to commercial standards and would provide an opportunity to run a small catering concern, i.e. a commercial business. None of this is for local community use, it is entirely commercial. Middleton Community Hall income and expenditure. In section 7.5, the officer refers to the financial projections provided by the applicant. These show income £87,000, expenditure £71,000. Although the figures are based on 20 weekends, there is nothing within this application to stop the usages being all year round. In addition, the applicant has previously referred to the possibility of weekday bookings during school holidays. If approved, the chapel could be used as accommodation for 52 weeks a year. Other points to note are that income exceeds expenditure by £16,000, i.e. profit. This is supposed to be a non-profit venture. The income includes £9,000 paid to the applicant by the daycare group. In other words, the daycare is not financially supported by the chapel. The balance of the income, £77,000, is entirely from the rentals and has absolutely no link to any local community use. Of the £71,000 expenditure, only £9,000 relates to daycare. The balance, £62,000, is related to the provision of the rental accommodation plus the repayment of a loan at a cost of £15,000 per year. This is a commercial scheme. Apart from the outside chance of use for daycare, there is no local community use shown anywhere within these figures. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Rawlinson, please. And could I ask Ian Bailey to stand by? Thank you.
Good evening, I'm a local resident. The financial information in the planning application confirms that the vast majority of this scheme, around 90%, is about rental accommodation, which has no local community application in any way, shape or form. Section 7.7 states that the officers have no reason to doubt that the applicant is seeking community use, but the only use given is for an unsubstantiated use as a daycare facility, which is self-funded. All other financial figures relate to the rental usage and the coverage of his loan repayments. In section 7.8, the officer states that in order for community halls to be viable entities, they charge venue booking fees. First of all, the venue booking fee for the daycare group, the only suggested unbudgeted community use, is £9,000. All other income, roughly 90%, comes from rentals which have no connection to local community use at all. Also, in section 7.8, the officer refers to F2 use class B and quotes, "A hall or meeting place for the principal use of the community is applicable to application." I would refer you to the applicant's submission of the 24th of December 2024, in which he says, "The second use is as a private group weekend meeting location with the aim of providing income to cover the cost of maintaining the property." As you know, Middleton sits on the edge of the Peak District and is a large weekend draw for the 20 million people or so that live around. "We will market to families and groups with interest in the area," is what he said. This statement clearly illustrates that this application has absolutely nothing to do with the requirement for the scheme to be for the principal use for the local community. It completely fails in this respect. It's an application focused on an entirely commercial basis. As such, it completely fails to meet the requirements of F2 use class B and should be rejected. In conclusion, a local community is a group of people living in the same geographic area, such as a neighbourhood, village or town. The principal use for this proposal has no basis for consideration as being for the principal use of the local community. It is a scheme for the development of rental accommodation to be marketed to a target audience of upwards of 20 million people. This proposal is commercial and not driven at all by the local consideration required under F2 Class B. At best, the application is being made under the wrong classification. At worst, it is a cynical use of the planning system by the applicant and is entirely to the detriment of our village and community. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Ian Bailey, and would Andrew Bridden please stand by? Thank you.
Am I on? Yeah. Speaking? Yeah. Sorry. Right. Included within the cost is a claimed loan repayment for the applicant of £15,000, a staggering 21% of the total cost for the whole operation. The only cost attributable to daycare is for utilities, which total £9,000, all of which is to be paid for by the daycare users. The applicant is proposing to raise an additional £75,000 of income from rentals, which is not needed to support any local community use. In essence, there is no justification for rental accommodation in any way, shape or form. Moving on to conservation, the Conservation Officer's report is quite critical on many aspects of this application and specifically states, quote, "The alterations proposed within this application will result in significant levels of harm to the character and historic and architectural interest of this heritage asset and fail to preserve or enhance the Middleton-by-Wirksworth conservation area, of which Middleton Congregational Chapel is a landmark building. In essence, if approved, the scheme will be at odds with the local plan policies PD1 and PD2, which require, quote, that development contributes positively to an area's character, history and identity. Additionally, under the Planning, Listed Buildings and Conservation Areas Act 1990, there is a general duty on the local authority to protect and preserve the local character in a conservation area, specifically Section 72. The Conservation Officer's report details multiple examples of how this application would damage the building and negatively affect the area. The benefit of changing this building does not outweigh the harm. The applicant intends to use this building for personal profit, not to benefit the local community, and this cannot outweigh the harm to the building's historic value and to the character of the area. We obtained expert opinion from a chartered town planner who advised, quote, where a community hall is used for overnight stays, the expectation is that the sleeping area is not segregated from the normal hall area, nor are beds provided for the stayover. There are also self-imposed limits on the amount of overnight stays, in general to ensure the primary purpose remains that of a community hall. Of course, most community halls are run by charities or trusts and operated by the local community for the local community. In this instance, the dormitories are specifically separated from the community hall area, along with the apparent provision of beds, in much the same way that a hostel or multi-occupancy house will have communal rooms for sports or dining. This would make the building a multi-purpose building and should be categorised as such, hostelry coming under sui generis. Thank you.
Thank you. And our final speaker is Andrew Bridden, local resident.
Good evening all. Over the last sort of 9-10 speakers you have heard a multitude of reasons, including direct references to the local plan, national policy, planning policy framework, and also specific legislation, i.e. Graveyards Act, Cemeteries Act, Conservation Area, etc. These are all reasons why the application should be rejected. The way the application has been brought to you has been done intentionally to obfuscate its true purpose, but we have made that quite clear to you what his true purpose is for it. If you were minded to approve this application, there needs to be far, far more conditions applied than what is recommended. And then what promise do you actually have that this applicant will adhere to them? He has already demonstrated by locking the graveyard his willingness to breach covenants that were applied to the purchase of the building. Any reasonable person can see that this application is going to lead to a marked increase in traffic in the village of Middleton, lead to a marked increase in parking issues, an increase in antisocial behaviour in an area that frankly has very little already. It will cause much anguish for those with loved ones in the graveyard, and it will very likely lead to numerous planning enforcement actions or breaches of planning conditions. Lastly, it will affect the residents of Middleton, and it will really affect those close to it. This is a quiet historic village where there is no justifiable need to damage the local character, nor does the damage outweigh the supposed benefit. So, if it walks like a duck, quacks like a duck, swims like a duck, it probably is a duck. In this application, it looks like a hostel, has all the features of a hostel, and is even called a hostel by the applicant back in December 2024. It probably is a hostel. Why has he called it a community hall? He is just trying to circumvent all normal planning norms and the local plan. That's the end. Thank you.
Thank you. Could I, at this point, just thank all the speakers for keeping within their 3 minutes? It's much appreciated. Thank you. The case officer for this one is Rosie Dinnan, so I'm going to ask Rosie to talk us through the application, please.
Thank you, Chair. So this application is for a change of use from a church to a community hall with associated works. Here's the site here. As you know, this came to Planning Committee in February last year, and members undertook a site visit again yesterday. So since that time, some additional information has been received from the applicant, which I've outlined in the report because it was deferred for a number of reasons. One of the principal reasons was that the committee wanted further information about the community use and how that would be used. Other information that was required was for ecological surveys to be undertaken, including bat surveys. We also asked for a business plan in relation to the use and details of the parking and turning area. So the application is change of use from a church, which is an F1 use, to a community use, a community hall, which is an F2 use. Both of those uses are within the same sort of sister use class, the F class, as they're considered to be similar in nature. So in terms of the other works that are proposed, aside from changing the use of the building, there are some works to replace the windows, the creation of a car parking area, and installation of PV panels. So I'll just show you some elevations. So it's on two of the elevations that the PV panels are on. There's also an air source heat pump and re-rendering, plus some additional works to the graveyard. So in terms of our planning considerations today, the main thing we need to think about is whether the use is acceptable and whether it's appropriate to the site and surroundings. So officers sought further information from the applicant on this, and the applicant does contend that the use is for a community use. So as officers, we have to consider the application on the basis that it's been submitted, and officers do agree that a community use would be acceptable on this site. We note that there's sort of been comment from objectors about how there are other community spaces in the village. I mean, that's not something that we can consider today. HC 15 supports proposals that retain or enhance community facilities, and it resists their loss. But we can't refuse something simply because there are other community facilities in the village. And officers are satisfied that we've been presented with enough information to demonstrate that this can be a community use. But obviously recognise concerns raised by local residents. To ensure that it would be used as a community use, we do recommend a condition, condition 4, which specifies that it should be used for use class F2 and for no other purposes. So that sort of belt and braces to the decision. We've also included comments from the conservation officer because they weren't included in the original report, and we'd also sent it off to Historic England to ask their views about whether it was merited listing, but they confirmed that it wasn't worthy of listing. So the conservation officer does raise some concerns about some of the details of the proposals and whether the photovoltaics would be appropriate in this instance. We, as officers, we've sort of got the balancing act of also having the PD7 on climate change, and so we've reached the conclusion that we do think that the building can take photovoltaics, and would accept that there would be some heritage harm, but as it's not a listed building, energy would outweigh that. Other considerations, I've also outlined the responses we got from Derbyshire Wildlife Trust as a result of the bat surveys that were undertaken and the biodiversity net gain. So the main thing to note, obviously the recommendation is for approval. We've got the condition limiting the F2 use. We've got strategy, and also other conditions relating to landscaping and other ones that have been requested from the Wildlife Trust, such as the species enhancement plan, and there'd also be the requirement for biodiversity net gain, which would be secured by an off-site credit.
Thank you, Rosie. At this point, I need to just point out to everyone in the room that we do have some late representations in connection with several of the planning applications before us tonight. The one concerning to it. So I think it's really important that members have the chance to read these, this late representation. So what I'm proposing is that we have a 20-minute adjournment to allow the committee members to read these, this particular late rep. Thank you. Questions, please. G. Oh, yes.
You keep talking, I'll move my mouth.
Yeah. This is Gareth G from Derbyshire First, by the way. It's not Joe Linthwaite from Liberal Democrats. What I'd like to ask officers is, if this application was approved, is there any way that this particular premises could be put forward and used as an HMO in the future? Is the pathway where that could happen? Because it looks to me like it's providing a home of multi-occupancy in the middle of Middleton-by-Wirksworth that could be used by somebody like Serco to bring people in. And I'd like to give an assurance that that is absolutely not possible.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. So the use that's being sought is an F2 use, which is a community use. And it's a specific part of that, which is F2B, a hall or a meeting place principally for the use of the local community. And condition 4 we're recommending says that it should only be used for use class F2, and specifically that part B, which says of a hall or meeting place for the principal use of the local community. And I also outline in my report that there's no permitted change of use between these use classes, and that's at paragraph 7.10. So if the applicant decides to use it for anything else, they would need planning permission.
Thank you. Councillor Slack.
Thank you, Chair. There's so many questions to ask here. I'll start with the first one, is the obvious one, which the name of the title at the top of the page, it isn't for community use at all. It's for an hostel. We all realise that, and it's just a front, that is, to say it's community, because that's a question. We should have been titled properly. The business plan is a shambles. You've got to look at it, and we haven't examined that properly, really. The business plan, it's a total shambles.
Peter, this is questions. You can say that later.
It's a question, isn't it? I'm asking.
Question.
The business plan is a shambles. The officers should have looked at more of that. So it is a question.
That
Other
into
questions,
a question.
many more questions to come. Question: will the gates be open for the public? That's another question. Will they be allowed to go into the cemetery? That's another question. Another question is the land that where they're breaking through to put a car park in, they doesn't own the lane. That's another question. There's lots and lots of questions which haven't been answered here, and you can't possibly go through with this because it's a shambles.
Councillor Slack.
So I'll leave it at that.
Yeah, at that point, because there were a few questions there, I'm going to give Rosie the chance to answer the questions that you've put.
Thank you, Chair. So the first point was about whether it's a hostel. We obviously sought clarification from the applicant because there had been discussions about it being a hostel. That was mentioned in the first committee report as well. And the applicant has said that it is for the change of use of the church to the community hall with associated work, and that it's not for a hostel, that the bed space that's shown would be used in association with the community use. If it was a hostel, that would be a different use, that would be a sui generis use, which is a use in its own right, which would need planning permission for anything. So to change from a church, it would need planning permission. To change to a hostel, or to change from a community use to a hostel would need that. So that is a very niche use, which is controlled through the planning system. The business plan was something that was requested by members as additional information when this came to committee last time. Obviously, we've heard some members of the public do a critique of it. As planning officers, it's not our role to assess whether a business would be successful. I think the purpose of that document was more to tease out what the use was going to be for, what community use would be there, not whether it would be, stack up economically. Councillor Thack mentioned about will the gates be open. We heard that there'd been issues about that. We were able to access the site yesterday, and obviously there's other things beyond the planning remit, with covenants of the sale and things which planning can cover and we can't necessarily cover ourselves. And I think the last point was about the car parking area. So that's shown on the plan there. Obviously we appreciate that the access may be private and not a public highway, but that's not something that we have control on over as a planning authority. The applicant would need to get their own rights to go along there, and that's not something within our control or remit.
Thank you. Councillor Linthwaite.
Thank you, Chair. And yes, this is me, not Gareth. Talking about the car parking and the access to the car parking, I appreciate that comes under the civil matter category. But if the applicant, should this planning application be accepted, if the applicant is not able to negotiate a right-of-way across that track to use the car park, would that have any impact on any approval granted?
I guess we're making our decision today based on what's in front of us, and by approving the plans, we'd be assuming that car parking would be coming in and those spaces would be made available. But I don't think we could enforce necessarily against, on insisting the provision of that car parking spaces, because planning only requires you to commence development. If we thought that was the key part of the development, then you would be able to enforce, but I couldn't see that we could do anything about it once planning permission was granted.
Thank you. Are there any further questions? Oh, right, let me just get them in order. Who was first? Put your hands up again. 1, 2. Right.
Thank you. We're often told that evidence is required in the planning system. If you can't do anything, if you haven't got evidence for something, you can't justify a statement. Can I ask Rosie what evidence we have that this will be used as a community for community use and not as a hostel, other than that the man says it is going to be?
As with any application, we have to sort of assess it on face value and not conjecture. So we did go back to the applicant after it was deferred and asked for extra clarity about the use, and that's what we've got. We've presented it today, having spoken with our colleagues in legal about how we consider the application on the evidence that's in front of us today, and that's why we thought it was ready to come back to committee for you to make a decision on the application.
But Rosie, you could have refused to accept a change of use because he provided no evidence of a change in use, of that change in use. The change of use that he has evidence for is to a hostel, not for community use. He has no evidence he presented no evidence that anyone in the community wanted this as a community for community purposes. The only community use he's charging an economic rent for, so it's a commercial activity, and so I don't understand what evidence he has presented that this is a community. To justify his statement, this is for community use. We've had other planning applications such as this for farming activities, which we've rejected because there was no there was no evidence or insufficient evidence for the use that it was being proposed for. In this case, we have no evidence that it will be used for a community. So I ask again, what evidence is why? How can you refuse? How can you approve this change of use when there is no evidence to demonstrate that it is a change of use in the way that it's a change of use to the right class?
Thank you, Councillor Hughes. I'm going to ask James, our solicitor, to comment on that, please, at this point.
If I understand your question correctly, Councillor, the applicant isn't required to provide evidence that they will implement the planning permission. They could apply for a planning permission, be granted it, and then simply not implement it. And that would be absolutely fine. If they are given planning permission for change of use to a community use, that is what they have permission for. If they change it to any other use, then that's a breach of planning control and can be enforced against them.
Okay, so my second question then is, when would use as a hostel be deemed to have occurred? What evidence would the community have to use to demonstrate that it was to be used as a hostel, or it was being used as a hostel, so that it was a breach of planning conditions?
It depends on exactly how it's being used, but hypothetically, it could consist of witness statements from local people saying what they've seen and what they've observed. The applicant or the landowner at the time can be made to provide details of how the land is actually being used under some circumstances. It depends very much on the situation at the time.
Okay, thank you. A third question is about protection of the graveyard and the use of the graveyard. I believe there will be proposing some conditions, if this is going for approval, about separating the graveyard from the building and the space around the building. But in planning terms, do we have recourse to graveyard acts or anything like that, or are they material considerations in relation to a planning decision, or is that something that would have to consideration of those acts would have to take place in another venue? But if so, is there anything we can do to condition the activity outside to maintain the graveyard in relation to the various acts that we've heard about tonight?
In terms of the conditions, I'll leave that to my planning colleagues. There is a general duty to promote public order on the local authority. I think it's unlikely you'd be able to justify a refusal of planning permission on that basis without solid evidence that disorder is actually going to happen. But that is a matter for you.
Okay, thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, James. Rosie, do you want to say anything on that, or
Chris, actually.
I mean, the only thing I was going to point out really was the conditions that are recommended at the end of the report. Condition 6 requires details of the new graveyard entrance to be submitted, because it is proposed on the plans there'd be a new public entrance to the graveyard formed. Condition 7 says that before the use is commenced, a detailed management strategy shall be submitted to and agreed in writing by the local planning authority. It might be the case that as part of that condition, that condition could be reworded to include details of how the graveyard's to be managed for public access. That could potentially be added to that condition as part of the overall management plan, if that was something that the committee was felt strongly about.
Thank you. Sorry, Councillor Bottle.
Right, I've got a couple of questions. As we have no guarantee that access will be allowed to the parking, and we have a responsibility, as far as I know, to not encourage nuisance parking, would we have approved this change of use if access to that parking had been barred by a gate?
Through you, Chair. In relation to that point, going back to the original officer report that was taken to committee, I just note that it said the property has parking for 2 cars and there is on-street parking adjacent to the northwestern boundary. The Highway Authority have assessed the proposal comparing the existing use to that proposed and concluded that it would not result in any significant increase in use, and as such there's no highways objection. So as far as the Highways Authority is concerned, what they will do is when they're assessing planning applications, they'll assess the existing use against the proposed use, and they'll estimate the amount of parking required, existing use versus proposed. Now, I appreciate that at the moment the chapel isn't being used, but for the purposes of assessing an application, it has to be assumed that it could be used for the permitted use that it has. So that's the normal way of assessing parking. So what I'm trying to say is I don't think 2 parking spaces would make much difference based on what the Highways Authority's comments. Obviously, it's for the committee to come to its own view on how much parking is required. But if that assists, that's I think how officers would view it.
I'll just see if what I think you just said is what I think is what you said. It was a chapel. It used so much community, capability for dealing with visitors, and as a chapel, it continued to work. And this usage is not seen to be any more extreme than the use as a place of worship.
That's the view of the Highways Authority, and that's what's informed our view as officers at Derbyshire Dales District Council.
The parking is not relevant to this application, and we don't need to worry about it being built or anything. Why are we asking for that?
I mean, I think that obviously any parking assists parking. The residents have commented that there are parking issues in the area, so it's clearly better to have off-street parking. But all I can comment is that the Highways Authority have compared the existing and proposed use and have found them to be comparable. It's obviously for the committee to come to its own view on parking matters. I can only report on what the officer position is.
I think I understand where you're coming from. Yeah, so parking's not really a a significant matter in this. We are parking, while it will be a nuisance, we don't have a position to, you know, like take that forward and say we're going to be a nuisance with this. We have to accept this where it is, yeah. Okay, that was my first question. My second question is more about whether or not we're possibly making a rod for our own back and in enforcement method for the future. If this goes ahead, the change of use goes ahead, and it turns out that the fears of the community are correct, and there is no community hall usage, and there is no local community childcare system or whatever, or a community cake shop set up, do we have any recourse to rescind the change of use?
Chair, through you, if that were to be the case, then as was discussed earlier, potentially enforcement action could be taken by the council. So the applicants applied very clearly for an F2 use. So if permission is granted tonight, they will get permission for an F2 use. If they were then to use the building in a different manner that didn't fall into F2 local community use, then they would be breaching the planning permission that they have, and the council would at that point launch an enforcement case on the in relation to the site.
What would be the tipping point, if you don't mind? There would be a point where the F2 use, or was it F3 use, S2, F3, the new use turned out not to be what's happening. Would we have a 1-year tipping point, a 2-year tipping point, a 5-year tipping point? How long is it before we say enough is enough?
So I think in terms of time, it could be quite short. It certainly wouldn't be as much as 1 or 2 years if it was clear that the use was not being carried out in accordance with with the permitted use. You know, after a matter of months, that might become clear, for example. But as to the actual tipping point, it's very difficult to comment because that would depend on exactly what's going on the site, and it's kind of conjecture as we speak now. We don't know if that would happen, and if so, exactly how the building would be used. So it's very difficult to comment on a hypothetical situation, but it would be based on fact and degree. So, you know, if for argument's sake, large numbers of people were coming to the premises on a very regular basis, and it was clear that they weren't local residents, they were coming from a wide geographical area on a regular basis and using the site to stay overnight. If that was documented and evidenced by local residents, then that could be something which the council could follow up on as a unauthorised change of use. But the exact how many nights, how many people, how often, it's almost impossible to comment on because it would depend on the scenario.
Thank you very much. I was hoping for some reassurance, and I've got a little. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Dobbs.
Thank you, Chair. Firstly, a reminder. I think we've been told many times that we cannot use conjecture about possible adherence to planning conditions to colour our judgment. If you could just confirm that is how we should make our decision.
Yes, I can confirm that's the case.
Thank you. My second point is really just exploring the current status of use. So bear with me, there is a question. Let's suppose the new owner acquires a new first name, Reverend, puts on a dog collar, and actually proceeds to run a series of incredibly successful services in this church, which attract many people from far and wide to attend these, most days of the week, packed out. Am I right in assuming that there is, if we refused tonight, there will be nothing that we could do to stop that because you would have use class F1?
That's correct, yes.
Thank you.
Thank Thank you. Are there any? Yeah, Councillor Buttle.
I'm sorry, Chris. I didn't really chase up the last sort of thought in my head. It was about rescinding this, whether or not there is an option if they turn out not to be using one use class and they're using it for another, whether or not we can change anything, or whether or not we have to expect them to behave in the way they can but not change anything back to the way it was before. If you see what I mean. Yeah, do they get as many bites of the cherry as they want?
Certainly, I can answer that point, and the legal officer might want to make his own comment. But the way you would deal with that situation would be, the normal way to deal with that is not by rescinding the planning permission. The planning permission remains valid. It's simply that if the person who owns the premise isn't using it in that way, then they're not complying with their planning permission. So then that's when enforcement action comes in. So that would be the way it would be dealt with if that scenario arose. It would be taking enforcement action against the way they're using the site at that time, rather than rescinding the planning permission.
And of course, I'm coming back again about tipping points and nuisance, and whether or not there is a certain number of complaints to environmental health or something that would make it necessary for us to take enforcement levels. I just want to make sure that before I say, yeah, okay, we have to take this on face value rather than refuse to do it, that what we're doing is enforceable in the longer term.
So as I say, it's very difficult to comment on hypothetical scenarios. So I can't say that there isn't a set number of complaints to be received by environmental health or anything of the like. But the way planning law works is it's a case of assessing the situation based on the fact and degree. And certainly, if residents had concerns and they were taking often a way of establishing the position in an enforcement cases, neighbours or local residents keeping a diary of what they see on site and comings and goings of vehicles and so on. All of that evidence put together can lead to an enforcement investigation and subsequent enforcement action by the council. But it's really difficult. I can't really comment on the specifics of a scenario because we're not there yet, and hopefully we won't ever be at that point.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Thank you. I am aware that I've given Councillor Buttle 2 bites of the cherry. So, Councillor Slack, have you got another question?
I've lots of questions, to be honest.
Can we try and restrict it to 3?
One of the main questions is why we should refuse it, is that in Middleton there's a great...
That's not really... I'm sorry to stop you, but it
Okay.
sounds as though that isn't a question, and we will come
that
to
it
debate.
will never be able to produce community use. I don't think enough investigation has been put in by the officers to look at this community use.
Can we take that as a question, Rosie?
I don't look seriously at this issue, that community use against the other opportunities in Middleton, like the Village Hall, which provides, and the Mark Cook, and they're both non-for-profit companies. So how does he work against those? He won't work against them. He'll go for an hostel.
Do you want to answer that question, Rosie?
Certainly. So in terms of the use, officers feel that we've done all that members asked for when it was deferred last time. There was a list of things that was requested, which I've outlined in the background section of the report. Section 1.1 and section 1.2, it explained what 1.1. It explains why it was deferred, and that you wanted to see a business plan to find out more about the proposed use. And then, so in section 1.2, it says what's been submitted since then. So the applicant has submitted details, a more detailed explanation of how they could and would use the building, and that's what I've shaped the report round, saying what they've said and how they would use the building. as myself and Chris have sort of pointed out, that we do have to take the application at face value as to what is being applied for, and we can't apply conjecture. We note that there are lots of concerns by the local community about what it could potentially be used for, partly because the plans show bed spaces in there, which has got people thinking that it might be a hostel. But so we've thought as much clarity as we can from the applicant about what they're applying for and that it is community use. We've also sought advice from our colleagues in legal, so we do feel that we have to take it at face value. I've also mentioned in the report at 17.5 about the point being raised that people have said, well, there are other community buildings in the vicinity. You know, we don't have a cap on community buildings that we don't think, well, there's too many. We can't have another one. Our policies are worded to resist the loss of community facilities. So in a way, it seemed as a positive that somebody wants to provide a community facility, and perhaps Middleton's lucky to have more than one community facility available at the moment. So I have addressed that in the report in paragraphs 7.14 and 7.15.
Thank you, Rosie, and thank you, Chris and James. I think it is time to move into debate. We do have a recommendation of approval from our officers subject to conditions. And that recommendation, as I say, is for approval. Would any member wish to make a proposal? Councillor Slack.
Yeah, I'd propose that we refuse this application on the grounds that there's not enough evidence that it will succeed as a local community. As I've said previously, the village hall provides for all kinds of wrestling clubs, all kinds of different issues, and Mount Cook is very, very similar. It's a not-for-profit company, Mount Cook, and it provides many, many different issues in this area. So I suggest that we refuse this, because this won't work, and it will then go back onto an hostel. It will become an hostel then to take young people in from other areas, and the building is totally unfit to do that. Actually, it's fire. It's not feasible at all. So we should refuse this, in my opinion. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Does that find a seconder?
Could you just ask the procedure here, because is that an amendment? So we haven't. So if that is a proposal to refuse the application, and is that the correct way of going about this? Because I know in the past when I've tried to do something like that, I've been told if it's a negative against the agenda.
That is a proposal.
So there's nothing, right, so I'll second Councillor
Do you wish to speak?
Yeah, I would, yeah. I mean, the only coherent arguments I've heard tonight are from the members of the public, and quite clearly this is a totally unsuitable purpose for this building. Middleton-by-Wirksworth, it's tight, it's already got a village hall, there's already some other facilities for people to come in a hostel in this white Mount Cook place. So we've heard from the members of the public, they've given all the arguments, we just need to refuse this and get on. So I'd like to support Councillor Slack.
Thank you. Chris, our development manager, would just like to make a comment.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, I would need greater clarity on the reason for refusal. At the moment, I've got not enough evidence that the proposal will succeed as a community use. There's no policy in the local plan that says that it has to do that. So I can't see a policy reason for doing that. I would advise the committee strongly on that there is no policy that is supported by as a reason for refusal. It's clearly for the committee to make its own decision, but I give that advice. I would also ask, is that the reason for refusal? Not enough evidence that the proposal will succeed as a community use.
Can I come back on that? Yes, there is evidence. The evidence is that is passed by locking up the cemetery and refusing people to go to the graves, by stopping funerals. That's evidence enough. And when he gets the planning permission, can you really trust him? I can't.
You have to have a policy.
Do you accept that?
I'm afraid that's not a reason. That's not a reason to refuse planning permission as to whether you trust.
But wait a minute. Could I bring it? I mean, we've heard from a large number of the residents of Middleton-by-Wirksworth that this isn't going to be a place for community use. So, I mean, what else can you say? I mean, they've all come and sat there, one after another. So, it's.
Do you have some other people wanting to speak? Councillor Boynton was first.
Thank you, Chair. I've listened to the comments of the residents of Middleton, and clearly it's, if this proposal is accepted, that would make the residents happy. However, there doesn't appear to be any grounds whatsoever to refuse this. And I have great concerns myself in relation to the burial ground. I really do. But I think while we've got the opportunity, we should vote against this current proposal and accept officers' recommendations in a second proposal if that's possible. And I think we should take control of the matter by being able to put conditions on before we potentially go to appeal, where it sounds very much like we would lose an appeal. So while we've got control of this, we should vote against this current proposal and, well, wait and see and put another proposal forward to accept it.
Thank you. Councillor Dobbs, are you speaking on this proposal to refuse?
Well, if you like, I'm just going to echo what John's just said, that this is the only way to keep control. As I tried to hint with my question, almost everything that the local residents are fearful of could happen anyway. The only way that we will retain control is by having this passed with conditions that we stand some chance of enforcing. Because if we refuse, the applicant will have two choices. One is to take it to appeal, and I must admit, if that's the only reason for refusal that we've got at the moment, that's not going to stand scrutiny. Or it just reverts to F1, and as I suggested, you know, we've not got any control anymore. He owns the place. He took on some responsibilities for the churchyard, but I believe that's a matter of civil law and the covenants that he undertook. That's not a planning matter, not something that we need to alter our minds over tonight. I mean, I totally get what the local residents are concerned about. I would be. But sometimes you don't get to where you want to go by the most obvious route. And I think we have to take John's point. That's the way forward. Thank you.
Councillor Linthwaite.
Thank you, Chair. Planning gives me the pip. I'll be honest with you. This is a classic example of where the planning system that we have to work with doesn't work in order to protect the interests of the local community. I think we all can see that this is a cynical Trojan horse application. We can all see where it's going. I've written down, like John, I listened carefully to everybody. I've written down next to everybody's name all the points that they made. And I find myself having to write next to them, civil matter, civil matter, civil matter. They're not planning, they're not anything that we as planning committee members have got any control over. So I'm, you know, yes, I have to agree with John and with Peter that as it stands, we can't just say because we don't want it, because we don't like it, and because we don't believe this is the way it's going to go. That's not going to stand up in appeal, I'm afraid.
Thank you. From my point of view, that sets it out absolutely clearly. So thank you. I am now going to move to the vote. It has been moved and seconded for refusal, so I'm going to take the vote. All those in favour?
We have a recorded vote.
Yes. Can we make this clear? This is a vote for refusal of this application.
So the recorded vote for this item, Councillor Bates. Councillor Boynton.
Against.
Councillor Sue Burfoot.
Against.
Councillor Buttle.
We should refuse this one. We should approve this. So yeah, I can't remember where we got to, whether or not I'm voting against Peter and Gareth.
Councillor Dobbs.
Against.
Councillor G.
For.
Councillor Hughes.
Against.
Councillor Linthwaite.
Very reluctantly against.
And Councillor Slack.
For.
So that's 6 for and 3 against, and no abstentions.
So thank you, John. That's been lost.
So I've got 6, sorry, I do apologise, 6 against and 3 for.
So that's been lost. Would anybody like to make a...
Chair, I'm reluctantly I'm moving approval of this with a changed condition and an additional condition which I've given to James Cunningham. I recognise what residents have said, but as Councillor Linthwaite said, pretty well all the issues raised were not planning issues. I recognise, just like Councillor Linthwaite and others recognise, that this is a Trojan horse. It's a cynical use of the planning system, but unfortunately we have to remain within the planning system, or else any decision we take will get overturned at appeal. And we've had we've suffered that indignity on a number of occasions, and we've learnt the lesson. So in this case, as Chris Dale and James Cunningham said, if we grant community uses for the community, and the applicant doesn't enable community use, then it's an enforcement issue. We recognise that it's unlikely that he's going to use this for community use, and it's more likely that it's going to be a hostel for other people coming into the village, and that will cause transport problems, and potentially it will cause rowdiness and that sort of thing. But that is speculation. We can't consider that. And in terms of the access to the parking spaces that are proposed, then we recognise that that's a civil issue, and if he is not granted access via the farm track, then he won't be able to build the car park. But it's not, there isn't sufficient grounds, a reduction of 2 car parking spaces isn't sufficient grounds for rejecting this application. So we're stuck with having to approve this application. However, we need to, in doing so, we need to protect the community and the use of the graveyard. So I've proposed 2 conditions that will help to do that. And I've given my screen's gone blank, of course. So the first is a new condition 7, which is really additions to what is written there at the moment. Condition 7 is about a management plan, and it reads, before the use is commenced, a detailed management strategy shall be submitted to and agreed in writing by the LPA. That's part of the original condition. The strategy shall include specific details, and this is where it changes, for the management of the premises, an emergency out-of-hours contact, a plan for continued community engagement, so that he has to work with the community, an action plan for addressing issues arising from such engagement, rules for the use of external spaces to maintain the character of the graveyard, and by that I mean it's quiet and peaceful. And once agreed, the management strategy shall be adhered to at all times during the life of the development, and it shall be reviewed annually. So we could add to that he should have a community committee that is associated with it. I haven't included that. And then I've got a new condition, which I called 7A. Before the use is commenced, a fence or wall separating the graveyard from the community hall and its surroundings shall be provided to a specification submitted and agreed in writing by the LPA. So that what I wanted to do was to ensure that the graveyard is separated from the other use, and he maintains it in a manner that would be acceptable to the community. Okay, so that.
Thank you, Councillor Hughes. Can I just ask whether the officers have been able to get that down?
Oh, okay. Chair, I think we've got a written record from Councillor Hughes, and in any event, we can always check on the recording. I've understood what has been said, and I think those would be reasonable conditions to attach to any grant of planning permission.
At this point, it has been moved. Would anybody be prepared to second?
I'll second that, Chair, but with some more conditions, if you want to.
Do you want to specify what
I'll
they
specify the conditions. As ward member, I'm proposing that three more conditions. Conditions that the residents have the freedom to access the churchyard to attend to loved ones' graves and lay flowers. That's one of the conditions. Number 2 condition, that residents that have prepaid for grave plots should be allowed to have funerals and burials in the churchyard. That's another condition. Third condition, children that are attending the community centre should not be allowed to run around the graves. And also, what David's also put forward, that a discussion with the owner about fences to keep the children separated from the graves would be desirable, very desirable. So the area which could be fenced off is where we looked yesterday at where there is no graves, and there could be a fence put across there for a children's play area away from the graves. So we could discuss this with the owner. So that's the extra ones added to David's suggestion.
Chair, I take the first 2, which were concerned with the access to the cemetery, and what was the second one?
The third one, yeah, the first 2, yeah. And the second one's the children that attend in the community should not be allowed to run around the graves.
I ask our officers again, have we got anything to comment on those before we go to the vote? And before I bring in the other speakers, I've got you down.
I think some of the points are covered in the existing condition that's being proposed, such as freedom to access the graveyard. On the specific point of children not being allowed to access the graves, I'm not sure that is going to meet the test of being enforceable, because it's very. I don't see how the planning department could could enforce effectively the degree to which children are managed on site, but I'd leave my legal colleague to say whether he agrees with that or not. But I think that, you know, there could be fences to keep the children away from the graves. That could be covered potentially under the details that have already been tabled, I think, or if necessary, it could be explicitly referred to. So that, you know, there could be the graveyard could be fenced off from the main use. That, I think that would be reasonable.
Chair, I think that was part of the original, my original second condition 7A, and the purpose was to keep users of the community facility away from the graveyard.
James, do you wish to make any comment?
Really, just to echo what Chris has said, Chair, I think that a condition specifying children be kept out of the graveyard would be very difficult to enforce.
Could I ask, Chris, would it be possible for either you or Rosie to just outline what these extra conditions are, please, so that we know exactly what we're voting for? Is that possible?
Okay, Chair, through you. New condition 7. Before the use is commenced, a detailed management strategy shall be submitted to and agreed in writing by the LPA. The strategy shall include specific details for the management of the premises, an emergency out-of-hours contact, a plan for continued community engagement, an action plan for addressing issues arising from such engagement, rules for the use of external spaces to maintain the character of the graveyard, a plan for maintaining the graveyard. Once agreed, the management strategy shall be adhered to at all times during the life of the development and reviewed annually. And then the second condition, before the use is commenced, a fence or wall separating the graveyard from the community hall and its surroundings shall be provided to a specification submitted and agreed in writing by the local planning authority.
Can I just ask at this point, does the proposer and seconder, are they happy with these extra conditions? So that was, gosh, I can't remember who proposed it. Councillor Hughes. Are you happy?
Well, we haven't. Peter's first one wasn't there, which is the access by residents.
That's right. Access by the residents to visit the graves and lay flowers and look after the graves. I mean, that's an essential thing in a cemetery to do that.
Then that's added.
Yeah, that is essential.
Are we happy that we know what the conditions are now? So, the proposer and the seconder, I need to ask you formally. Is that okay? Are we all right with that, Councillor Hughes?
Right. So we have one amended condition and 2 new conditions.
You're happy that what we're going to vote for?
Yeah.
Yes. And Councillor Slacker's the seconder. I will call you to speak in a minute, but are you happy that you know what the conditions are, so that when we come to the vote?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. So, Councillor Slacker, do you want to speak now?
We've got to really look at the residents and the people what have prepaid for this plots of land for the graves. I mean, you can't just bar people from what they've already owned, and this is completely wrong, and these conditions will stop that. If he goes against that, would we have to take it through civil law as a solicitor? Would that go through civil law if he disobeys this?
You want to answer on that, James?
Yes, Chair. If there's a breach of planning conditions, then that can be potentially enforced through planning law. If there is a breach of private rights, the throw-in by specific people to grave spaces, they can enforce those themselves.
Through the planning law as well. Yeah, thank you.
Councillor G.
It's working now. That's very good. I've got to say I'm completely shocked by this. I'm completely and utterly shocked. This premise that a planning board can't back up its community because it's afraid of an appeal. It hasn't. Have you learnt your lesson? Can you remember, was it last January, the January before, when, under advice from officers, you backed away from public in Matlock with the Wolds? We're actually having a special group to investigate that. So the fact that you think that the public wouldn't put their case in an appeal and win it, when you've seen it in front of your eyes at the Wolds, and you've got them all behind you, and yet you're ignoring that. You're ignoring it because, and yet you've all said you're reluctantly supporting it. That means you don't support it, and I don't, because it's quite obvious that this is not wanted in the community. They've already got a community centre there. This is atrocious. So I definitely won't be supporting this, and I'm surprised at the lot of you. I'm sorry.
Councillor Dobbs and Councillor Buttle.
Thank you. Councillor G, I guess you didn't read to the last few pages of this agenda when you come to the appeals. Hopefully you'll still be there at the end when we countenance that. And if you've never gone to an appeal or an inquiry...
That's what I've read. The room is about uni.
If you would let me speak,
yes, please.
Councillor G, that would be appreciated. As I said, I perfectly understand, and I think those of us who have spoken before perfectly understand what the residents want. But as I've said before, refusing this will not deliver what they want. The premise already has permission F1. Do you appreciate what that implies?
Councillor Buttle, and this is going to be the last speaker before I take the vote. I think we've had a full discussion. It's been it is a really difficult decision. We all know that.
I'm feeling a bit reluctant to join in then if I'm going to be the last, because I was going to ask whether or not we could alter the two conditions that were being put forward, because I think when we describe a fence or wall, we want to be specific that this is an acceptable wall within the heritage constraints of the building and within that particular bit of Middleton. So I'd like to make sure that it was that we weren't just saying a bit of tawdry fencing. We actually want a proper job. And my other concern was about, I think it was Lucy Pearson who was saying that her housing, her bedroom, her bathroom were overlooked, and we don't seem to have approached the shielding or any sort of greenery that we can specify should be placed between the parking area and where she's overlooked, and whether or not we ought to be looking at access to light and access to privacy and the quiet enjoyment of her space, of her land. So while I might be the last person to speak, I think I think we should just allow ourselves another moment. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Buttle. As the mover of the motion, I am going to allow Councillor Hughes to.
Thank you, Chair. I'd accept the word heritage or some such, but I expect the planners would do that in any case, which is why I didn't put it into the. They're not going to suggest anything that they're not going to approve of a wooden fence, I'm sure. Regarding the greenery in front of the windows, I think that there's also an issue about light, and one of the responses was about concern about precisely that, planting trees and growing up and creating and making the rooms that avoid stopping light going into the windows. So I don't think we can do that. So I would keep to the conditions as specified. I'd just like to agree with what Councillor Dobbs said, that we're doing this reluctantly. We're doing it fully understanding what the situation is, but those of us who've been through appeals, and Peter's been through one, I've been through, I helped him out a small way in the Gritstone Road appeal, and we know that this would be lost at appeal if we refused it. So there's absolutely no point in going down that route. So because of that, it's better that we try and get the right conditions in place so that the applicant has to deliver something which is suitable for the community and not just for his own ends.
Thank you.
I'm really sorry, but we need to know whether or not it's legally allowable for us to request access to be continued to the graves by the families. And I think if we go ahead with this, we need to know whether or not we're voting for the continued use and tailing away of the use of that graveyard.
James, do you want to, or Chris?
Well, that is one of the conditions that has been added, as I understand it, to Councillor Hughes' suggested conditions that access be maintained to the graveyard.
This is, for the families and what have you, this is actually something that we will be able to enforce.
Well, I don't know if the legal officer wants to comment on that. I mean, yeah, I'll leave that for the legal officer to comment, but that's, as I understand it, currently what's being tabled.
Yes, Chair. Yes, I think so, as part of the overall management strategy.
Right, I am going to draw this to a conclusion. I think we've had a lengthy, full debate. I hope that the residents feel that, you know, we have listened to what you've got to say. We are here as the planning committee to make a decision on this application. It has been moved and seconded for approval with the conditions as stated. So I'm going to ask for the vote now. All those in favour? Against? Abstentions? Thank you. So just to be absolutely clear, with the conditions as said, that application has now been approved. Thank you for your attendance. Members, do you wish a break now, or shall we carry on? A break. 5 minutes.
5 minutes.
Thank you. Members, we need to move on, please. Thank you. Thank you. So we're now looking at application 5.2, which is on page 35 of your papers. Application 2500128 stroke out 35 Beresford Avenue, Ashbourne. And that's an outline application with all matters reserved for the erection of 2 dwellings. I do have 2 speakers. So if I could call upon Vicky Day, please, local resident. And you have 3 minutes. And if Graham Bloomfield could just stand by, thank you.
Hi, I live at number 36 Beresford Avenue, which is a shared driveway to number 35. I've lived there for over 20 years. We do have a shared drive. I'm wondering about how the lorries are able to fit down the drive because it's only a drive gate, and where the access is. As we live in a cul-de-sac and we're hardly able to park our cars with the residents on the corner as it is. We also, my privacy to my house as well, because obviously the edge and the trees are going to be knocked down. Where are the windows going to be facing? And also, it's the disruption for my grandchildren, 4, 3 and 2, as they'll be using the drive to my house and 35. So I'll just object to that.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you. So I can ask Graham Bloomfield, who's the agent. You have 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chair. I welcome the officer's recommendation to approve and thank them for their hard work on the application. It's not my intention to repeat the officer's report and presentation, which sets out a thorough and compelling case as to why the application is in accordance with the policies of local and neighbourhood plans, and therefore planning permission should be granted. I would, however, like to provide further advice on clarity on a couple of matters, including a couple of points raised during yesterday's appeal site visit. First point just to raise is the application is for up to 2 new homes. The committee report says 2 numbered new homes. But this is an outline application. All matters are reserved, and obviously there will be a detailed scheme that will come back before the council if permission is granted today. Ultimately, it may only be 1 new home that is deemed acceptable in terms of some of the points that have been raised. So hopefully this provides some further reassurance. In terms of the principle of development, fundamentally the planning system is about delivering sustainable development, and that is what is achieved here. It's a windfall of development of 2 much needed new homes within a highly sustainable location in a first-tier settlement. The proposals are indicative only, but officers are satisfied that 2 new homes can be delivered on site, appropriate to the local character and without harm to residential amenity. The proposals will be recessive and well-screened, set back in the corner of the cul-de-sac, and are well-screened from and north of the closest neighbour with respect to light and overshadowing. With regard to access and parking, again, these are reserved matters, but the submitted proposals show there is sufficient width to access the development. The committee report confirms the submitted drawings define an access width of 3.4 metres. Further to consideration at yesterday's site visit, the measurements were taken, and we've got photographs showing that 3.4 metre width, including the perceived pinch point where the corner of number 35 is. So that is at 3.4 metres, consistent with the access. By way of reference, Manual for Streets, which is generally, or Manual for Streets 2, I should say, generally taken as guidance on such things, talks about lanes or carriageway widths of no greater than 3 metres being required in built-up areas. A standard car parking space is approximately 2.4 metres in width. So it defines there is sufficient width for the modest development that's being proposed. There are questions on the shared footway access to number 36. This was explored in significant detail before we submitted the application. If we hadn't got access, we wouldn't have proceeded. And that was with my land and conveyancing colleagues. I could talk for way longer than 5 minutes on that, but in summary, the land is shared between 35 and 36, with no covenants or restrictions to the development proposed. Fully acceptable to utilise it for this development, and all of the land within the planning application red line is within the applicant's control. In terms of parking spaces, we note comments, again on an indicative scheme only, that there's a requirement for 2 spaces per dwelling. I accept the scheme as submitted shows 1 space per dwelling, but by shifting the spaces a slight distance north, there is parking then in front of the spaces that are shown. So the indicative scheme does demonstrate that 2 parking spaces can be delivered, and that will be again within the council's control at a detailed planning application stage. The final point is just about existing sort of parking issues within the close. I think it's a fundamental point of planning principle that the application is only to deal with matters within the application red line boundary. By providing sufficient parking spaces, the application will consume its own smoke, and there will be no need for parking off-site. There will be sufficient parking provision. So in summary, I would agree with the officer's report that proposals are in accordance with the development plan and that there is no conflict with policy. The officer's report also sets out that the council is unable to demonstrate a 5-year housing land supply, and therefore a tilted balance is engaged. For sustainable development proposals, as is the case here, this means that under paragraph 11 of the MPPF, development should be approved unless any adverse impacts of doing so would significantly and demonstrably outweigh the benefits. This raises the bar in terms of refusing planning permission, and I would contend that the matters that have been raised during the discussion on the application would not meet that bar of significantly and demonstrably outweighing the scheme's benefits of providing much needed new homes within a highly sustainable location. I would therefore respectfully request that members endorse their officer's recommendation to grant planning permission. Thank you.
Thank you. That's within your time. Thank you. We do have a very short late representation on this, so if members could just spend a couple of minutes reading it through.
Chair, the late references photos. I
Yeah.
can't find them.
No, I've not seen the photos. Do we have any? Thank you, Rosie. Any chance you could share between 2? Rosie, if I can ask you then to take us through this application, please.
Thank you, Chair. This is an application for outline planning permission. As just pointed out by the agent, it's actually specified that it's up to 2, which wasn't accurately reflected on the committee report description. So it could be less than 2. And this is at 35 Beresford Avenue, where we visited yesterday, which is a cul-de-sac plot, so it has a bit of an extra garden compared to the other properties. So it's outlined with all reserved matters. So that means that we'd only be approving the principle of housing development on this site at the moment. So matters which would be reserved would be access, scale, appearance, layout and landscaping. So the plan you have in front of you there just shows how 2 dwellings could be arranged on the site, and it shows the associated car parking and also the car parking to number 35. So that's just an illustrative, indicative plan. It's not one that we'd be approving tonight. In terms of considerations, principle is the first thing that we'd always look at. Is the principle acceptable? And that's the main purpose of an outline planning application. So the site is within Ashbourne, which is a first-tier settlement. It's a sustainable location. You can walk into the town centre quite easily from here. And in terms of the site, as the plan shows, you can accommodate 2 dwellings on the plot with sufficient sort of space around them. And obviously, as been outlined in the reports and many other reports we've had recently, the council doesn't have a 5-year housing land supply at the moment, so the tilted balance is engaged for decision making. But nonetheless, this proposal complies with the local plan with the site being within settlement boundaries, so it'd be considered a windfall site. Access is reserved. I know we did look at the access yesterday on site because there is one obvious point of access. And I did specify in paragraph 7.21 about what the Development Management Procedure Order says about outline planning applications. And all you are required to do is state the area or areas where access to development proposed will be situated. So it could be as simple as just showing an arrow as to where the access point would be. So all the details of the technical arrangements of the access would get approved at the reserved matters stage. And as I mentioned in the report, the existing access is 3.4 metres wide, and it's acknowledged that this access has a footway which number 36 also shares. So obviously that would need to be retained. So it's recommended for approval with a number of conditions. Key ones probably to note is hours of working, so there'd be no Sunday or bank holiday working. We've also asked for a construction environmental plan. They undertook biodiversity surveys as part of the application, which were reviewed by Derbyshire Wildlife Trust, and hence the recommendation for conditions. We've also got a condition there about foul and surface water drainage as well. So the recommendation is for approval tonight.
Thank you. I'm going to take this opportunity to ask the first question, if I may, please. I think sometimes we might be a bit confused about what reserved matters are. Am I correct, Rosie, that when and if this application goes to reserved matters, that the applicant would need to provide detailed drawings, technical drawings, to show how the site could be accessed? And am I correct also that the local highway authority would need to comment on them? I think that's just for clarification, because sometimes these sort of applications can be a bit confusing.
Certainly, Chair. Yes. This is outlined with all reserved matters, so not much information has been submitted with this application, but the reserved matters would have all the details of the dwellings, which would include the access, and would have all the technical drawings, so would have measured scale plans which would be scrutinised by the local highway authority.
Thank you. Questions from members? I think Councillor Dobbs was first.
Thank you, Chair. I note that despite what you've just clarified, LLFA were consulted and then said it's below the threshold, so we don't respond. So was that a kind of a mistake? Should they not have been asked? Or if they should have been asked, or we do need an opinion, who makes the informed technical opinion about the matters that the LLFA would normally do? Does that make sense?
Thank you, Councillor Dobbs. So the LLFA tend not to respond to anything that's not major development, so they only tend to prioritise the major development proposals, which is 10 units or more. But we do tend to still consult them on lots of applications for housing, and tend to get that response back that they don't respond to them. But if officers do have concerns, with drainage on particular sites, we will go back to them and query whether they are, certain that they don't have any comments to make on this application.
So if I may come back, bearing in mind this is adjacent to, I believe, flood zone 3B, then you still didn't have any concerns for this site?
After you mentioned this on site yesterday, I have added this slide, which takes from the EA maps, which shows the flood zone to the north of the site, but it's outside the residential area.
Thank you. Second question. I did raise this yesterday. I'll come back to that in debate. The interesting point about the shared footway, just to clarify, the 3.4 metres excludes the shared footway. Is that correct?
No, it includes.
I did my full measurement of measuring the planned drawing, but I understand the applicant measured it, but quoted me 11 feet, which is I think the conversion of I work in new money rather than old money in terms of measurements.
Did that include the shared footway, which is a slightly different textured bit of concrete, isn't it, on site that we saw yesterday? There's the footway, and then there's the drive to number about 35.
Yeah, I believe it excludes it.
Excludes it?
Yeah.
So it's plus the footway. Okay, I'll come back to the point about the footway. Oh no, but it's a question. If the revised access was to include the footway, which would probably make sense to do in order to benefit number 36 and improve the access to 36, and we all saw at the site visit that number 36 has had to sort of put stepping stones across her grass in order to maintain her own access, kind of separate from the driveway. If the shared footway was incorporated into the new access, then presumably that would have to be with the permission of the owner, that is Vicky Day of 36.
Yeah, I'm not personally privy to any of the ownership details other than what we've been told by the number 36 and the agent tonight. But yeah, behind this, as we discussed with the last application, there would be private matters in terms of ownership and access.
Right, okay, thank you.
Oh, sorry, Chair. I'm visiting the site yesterday. I wasn't very impressed by where the two dwellings are going, because the main avenue is encompassed in that square, and there's two dots on the outside, and I'm not very impressed. Its character and direction, it's not very impressive, and it's close to the River Enmore Brook. So, were it class 2 environment agency? You said not class 1. Were it class 2?
Sorry, the site itself is flood zone 1.
A 1, yeah.
Yeah, but
yeah, it's the least, yeah. So yeah, it's not very big, but climate change, it'll get worse. So it could be possibly a danger in years to come. Another, looking further up to the little tiny gap it's got to go through, the lady's got steps next door down onto the footpath, and she's got to get a pram up that footpath when 6 cars accessing, it's not very dangerous in my opinion, and I wouldn't. I go back to a long while ago when an application similar to this was turned down by Gareth Griffiths at the time, and he was right in doing it, because also he said if that house changed hands, the applicant's house changed hands, the people then would be walking out into traffic. So, you know, it's not just the people in there now, it's what's coming years to come, and I feel that that gap is too tight altogether to get vehicles through. So I'm not for it. I'm sorry.
Yeah. I'm not sure what the question is there, but do you want
I'm sorry. So the question is, do you agree with me that this
well done.
is not it?
Good way.
Sorry. Yeah.
Rosie.
Yeah, so the principal matter for tonight is whether the principle is acceptable for housing development on this site. As I outlined earlier, access is reserved, so at that time the applicant will have to demonstrate that the access is adequate by providing details which will get scrutinised by the local highway authority. So I don't think we can make a judgment on that tonight. It's just whether you think this site is acceptable for housing for up to 2 dwellings.
Councillor Hughes, you were next.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair. And Rosie, you've answered my first question. The width is immaterial in this case. I think that probably is all my questions. I was going to bring in some new conditions as well on this one to safeguard the neighbours, which you might like to consider later when we come to debate, that's all.
Yeah. Councillor Bottle.
Yes, a question. It mentions type C and type U trees in the brief. I wasn't sure which ones were which.
So the proposal will require the removal of some trees. I can't remember if it's not in there. There is an arboricultural impact assessment on the file, and I did have it with me yesterday. The plan, it's probably still got it in here, which showed the trees that are going to be removed, and they're either category C or U, and they were silver birch trees.
Great. And I actually had to sort of get my head round whether or not we are providing outline permission or outline permission to the access, or what's the access got to do with this application? Because like people are telling us that it's 3.4 metres wide and what have you, but if you could walk to it, you could build in it. That's what people would do in the Shambles area of York or something. So why would it matter here?
It's not medieval times. At the risk of repeating myself, all matters are reserved, and access is one which will be reserved for the reserved matters. So we don't have to consider access tonight at all. Obviously, it would be an issue for later, but not for now.
And the final question is, have we actually managed to pin down whether or not the footway rather than the trackway is owned by Derbyshire County Council?
I'm not 100% certain on the ownership behind it. Obviously, we know it was built as a local authority housing estate, and subsequently houses have been sold off privately. Some are managed by platform homes. I haven't seen any land registry details to confirm one way or another, but that's not really an issue for us.
Thank you. Far be it for me to sort of repeat what's been asked previously, but just for the benefit particularly of Vicky, who's made the effort to come here tonight. It could almost seem to be, or does it appear to be, almost the wrong way round? Could you just explain to us? To me, it seems the wrong way round. We should be trying to find, we should be ascertaining whether access is possible, and the local highway authority will be involved in that before we make a decision on this application. But I'm sure there's an answer to that. Perhaps you could just sort of elaborate for us, Rosie, please.
Sorry, would you mind repeating the last bit?
Common sense to me says that this is the wrong way round, that we should be finding out firstly from the local highway authority whether that access is actually possible before we're making a decision as to whether we approve the application for 2 houses. I just think we need to just be, if somebody could just explain simply to me, and particularly to anyone listening, or to Vicky, why it's this way round.
So outline exists as a means of a first step of getting towards planning permission, but it doesn't give you planning permission. You need a reserved matters application to have the full package, as you would alternatively with a full planning permission. So matters which you can reserve to a later date are access, scale, appearance, layout and landscaping. So access is often one that isn't reserved. It's quite unusual to see one where all matters are reserved, but in this instance the applicant has chosen to reserve access to a later date. Later on in the agenda we've got applications for PIPs, permissions in principle, and in effect this outline almost seems like a permission in principle, where we're just looking at whether the principle is acceptable for residential development on this site.
So just to, I can use my prerogative sitting in this chair, can't I? If this was to fail because the local highway authority said access is not possible, the whole thing would fail.
If the local highway authority thought that about the reserved matters application, when that comes in, it could be refused on the basis if they weren't happy with the access arrangements.
Thank you. Councillor Dobbs.
Sorry, Chair, to come back if I could, because I'm looking here at a letter from Jeff Hernandez from Highways dated 12th of March 2025, and he says, the Highway Authority appreciates that this is an outline planning application. However, the means of access onto the highway must be determined at this time, and in terms of our highway assessment, more detail is required on the vehicle access alterations to the highway. There was subsequently that 2 emails, but there was never a response from Highways, as indeed Rosie summarises. They just make comments, but they've not approved this. And I think that, I mean, slightly hypocritical for me to sort of say, well, we must listen to Highways, mustn't we? But nevertheless, this is what they say. And so I'm slightly confused as to, what status their comments are, whether we need to consider it at all. And what you've just said, it does seem to be sort of slightly strange that something that might actually be very, very difficult to manage in practice, we nevertheless say it can go ahead in principle. I mean, Derbyshire Dales is littered with landlocked sites, and which can't be used because you can't actually get that. Whether this is one, I suppose, is what we're faced with deciding this evening.
Councillor Linthwaite, did you have your hand up? You asked the questions. Right. Councillor Hughes.
Chair, another question for Rosie. As Neil said, access doesn't necessarily require vehicular access. The only reason we're considering vehicular access is because the car parking spaces have been put behind the properties. But we're not being asked to approve those parking spaces at this stage, or even necessarily consider those parking spaces. So as far as I can see, all we're being required to do is consider any old access, which could just be foot access. And Joe and I live in a house which is on a staircase, not a footpath. And our neighbours have no vehicular access to their properties, having climbed the staircase. So I feel it's, as it stands, it's quite a reasonable application to consider. Isn't that right, Rosie?
Yes, I mean, I guess we tend to always associate access with vehicular access, but it doesn't have to be. You get maybe more urban locations of Derbyshire Dales where it would be acceptable to have no car parking whatsoever. But yeah, there's this sort of association with access that car parking comes with it. Pedestrian access is obviously another form of access, cycle access. But obviously we do, where possible, expect new build developments to provide car parking.
I've got a question now on conditions. If I was to introduce some conditions about access at this point, well, in responding to this application, is that relevant, given that access is not being considered at this point, other than the principle of access? So if I said something about how that access should be provided, or while building was taking place and so on, safety protocols and so on, would it be reasonable to include such conditions now, or should we wait till a reserve matters application comes in to insert those conditions?
I'd just like to point out condition 6, which says, with the submission of reserve matters, full details of means of access, parking, unloading and manoeuvring of residents, visitors, service and delivery vehicles should be submitted and approved in writing to the LPA.
Okay, well, mine are more concerned with the construction rather than the actual what the design looks like. I mean, I can tell you what the conditions are in outline. So it's making good the shared drive, sharing maintenance costs of the shared driveway, safety during construction period, particularly in relation to children, and keeping the driveway clean. So it's all construction, basically it's construction conditions.
Chair, with your permission, if I could answer that question.
Sorry.
I think it would be reasonable to attach those conditions to either the outline or the reserve matters, but given that this application is at committee tonight in front of members, if that's something that members feel quite strongly about, my advice would be to attach the conditions to the outline, because obviously the reserve matters application will not necessarily come back to committee. Right. So that way you can be assured that those matters are dealt with.
Okay, in that case, can I come back in debate?
Councillor G, did you have your hand up?
Yeah, I mean, I've sort of had it answered, but I was just going to say that's not what we're deciding. We're voting on outline planning permission. The rest comes afterwards, doesn't it? I mean, but maybe it doesn't.
If there are no further questions then, can we move to debate? We have a recommendation of approval subject to conditions. Would any member wish to put a proposal? Councillor Butler.
I'm happy to move for approval, and if David wants to add conditions, if he thinks they're going to make a real difference, I'll very probably support them.
In that case, can I second, and I'll introduce the conditions. I mean, these are outline conditions, I think, for so to be turned into proper conditions by officers. But my phone seems to be recording everything I say at the moment for some reason. So, first one would be that there should be making good of the shared drive on completion of construction. Sharing maintenance costs of the shared driveway with the new residents as well as the existing two parties. Safety is required during the construction period, particularly in relation to children, the neighbours' children in particular. So any vehicle moving along the shared driveway shall be accompanied by an individual other than the driveway to watch for people and particularly children. That's not very well expressed. And keeping the driveway clean, there's a standard condition for cleaning up the driveway after the at the end of every day. And that's it, I think.
Rosie or Chris, do you want to comment on that?
Yes, Chair. I think making good of the shared driveway on completion meets the tests of planning conditions. It's related to the development. It's reasonable. Sharing maintenance costs, I'm not so sure. I defer to my legal colleague, but I don't think we can address that by way of a planning condition. And with regards to the safety, I can well understand the concerns during the construction period about safety of children, but go back to a point I made earlier in the evening that I think something like that is very difficult for the local planning authority to enforce, because we can't be there 24/7 keeping an eye on movements on the site and whether people are adhering to that requirement. So that's what I'd say about that particular one, but I certainly think making good of the shared driveway is reasonable.
But if the neighbour found that their children were playing out and there wasn't a suitable person monitoring the vehicular use of the driveway, they could then complain to our planning enforcement officer. And so it doesn't necessarily mean that we have to be there, but generally the enforcement are told about breaches in conditions by neighbours or other people in the community.
I think the tricky bit about that would be there might be an occurrence of that. Our enforcement officer would then go down, and if it's not a continuing recurrence, it's quite difficult to, because you've got to say the way of addressing it would be through a breach of condition notice. It's difficult to see how you'd address that particular issue through a breach of condition notice. I'm happy to be, corrected by the legal advisor if he thinks there's a way of dealing with this. But I think it could be. I wouldn't want to advise members. I mean, ultimately, obviously, it's for members to decide what conditions they want to impose. But I would just caution that one could be very difficult for the local planning authority to enforce, in my view.
James, do you want to make a comment on that?
I'm reluctant to contradict anything Chris has said about enforcement, as I think that's how it would be done in practice is really a matter for the enforcement team. It's not something I really know about. In terms of sharing the costs, again, I think that would be difficult to enforce through condition. I think in practice it would be a matter between the relevant landowners.
So, debate. Councillor G.
Yeah, I'm happy to support this for approval, because, I mean, it's in a Tier 1 settlement. We're way behind on our housing supply, as the agents clearly pointed out to us all. It's providing, is it 1 or 2 houses in a community that needs more housing? So, and I think the conditions, I think they're going over and above what we can actually put on it. We just need to keep this simple, and so I'll be supporting the application.
I was just wondering about the issue of the children and Vicky's family. If this is more of a question, I'm sorry, I was just mulling it over while we were talking about whether it would be possible, if Vicky wanted it, to have a fence put down along your, where your grass is, whether that would protect your...
It's my footpath also. You can't put a fence down the drive to separate the drive and
Right.
the footpath.
Okay.
Well, my
No,
children
not
do
the
play
footpath.
on the front when it's not raining because it is quite wet when it rains.
Right. Okay.
So it is waterlogged on the front, but in summer they play on the lawn.
Okay. I'm sorry, I know this isn't procedural, but thank you.
Who was next? Councillor Buttle or Councillor Hughes? I can't remember.
I was only coming back to Meg, pretty much the same suggestion as Joe, what we're doing is we're kind of in outlying allowing somebody to put a road through number 6's garden or along the edge of it, and we're not taking any particular care over the people that are the inhabitants of number 36, whatever their age. And I'm wondering whether or not there is any sort of general approach that we would do or we would take when that is offered up as a planning application in the future, because we don't necessarily need to condition this, as long as we know what we're going to do in the future keeps them safe.
Councillor Dobbs.
It very much follows on from what Neil said, actually. Clearly, we are creating a road, and if we put the fence along the, in one sense, safety logical position, that is next to the walkway, separating the cars from where people want to walk, it would undoubtedly be too narrow. So we do have a little bit of a problem, and I appreciate the sort of business about outline and reserve matters and so on. But I do feel that Vicky has a point. She didn't want this. You know, this has just happened. It does restrict what she's been enjoying, and the ramifications of that I think do need to be thought through at this stage. I do have significant disquiet about this application as it stands, and I don't know whether we can make something of it with the necessary conditions, but I do worry about it. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Anyone? Councillor Slack.
Yeah, I agree with Peter. I do feel that the lady is being taking her access away, a footpath which she uses with the steps. Taking that away from is not right at all. And and if the children are playing and there's be 6 cars coming in and out of there, it's very dangerous in my opinion. So I'm very, very worried about this application.
Members, it has been moved and seconded. Councillor Hughes, do you wish
I just
to
wanted
speak
to say,
again?
Mr. Chair, upon our experience of turning driveways into access roads suggests that, again, if we refused it and it went to appeal, we'd lose, because we have experience of this, of losing exactly that in the past. So the only thing we can do on this occasion is to make the access safe for all users, including children.
Before we go to the vote, Rosie, Chris, are you happy that you know what we're asking for in terms of conditions, and just want to make sure that the proposer and the seconder are happy with the conditions?
Well, I've given advice on the conditions that have been tabled. It would be useful to clarify if all those 3 conditions regarding making good of the drive, the maintenance costs, and the safety issue, requiring an adult to be present when there's a child, if that's what's being proposed. I just think there needs to be clarity over the motion. If that is, then that's the motion, or is it the case that it's just the making good of the drive that's still being proposed as a condition?
So can I ask the proposer of the motion to make a comment on that?
I don't really understand it. I'm sorry. I kind of know what we're saying, but I kind of want to know that we are going to be clear that we are, as this goes forward, that we will maintain a safe space for the safe shared space for the occupants of number 36. And if that's what my condition is saying, or David's condition is saying, I'm absolutely fine with it, but I'm not convinced that I understand exactly how this has been put together.
I mean, I think there's obviously concerns around safety, and that's clear from what's been said this evening. I think the committee has to come to. I don't think that it's possible to get to a place where we can address the concerns about the interaction of children and the vehicles through conditions. So I think if that's a concern, and policy H19 requires development can be safely accessed in a sustainable manner, then I think it's for the committee. If the committee's of the view that the case hasn't been made, that these dwellings can be achieved in a way that is safely accessible, then that's the committee needs to take a judgment call on that either way, because I think it's very difficult to address this point through conditions. Is my advice. I'd make it clear I'm not advising the committee to go one way or the other. I'm just saying I think it needs to make a decision one way or the other, rather than seek to address these issues through condition, if that makes sense.
It does perfect sense.
It does. It makes perfect sense, and I do understand that now. So, having offered myself my support for approval, I'm now finding that I'm probably going to vote against my own because I'm not convinced that this is actually safe.
Okay.
And we haven't. Could we ask for could we defer until the until the planning, the outline is sufficiently detailed to make a more informed choice?
As far as I understand, and I stand corrected, it has been moved and seconded, so we do need to take that vote.
Just have a vote on it. Let's get on with it.
So it's been moved and seconded for approval with conditions. All those in favour?
It's in favour of the... Yeah, since I seconded it, I'm in favour.
Yes.
Of the application.
Yes. As it stands with those conditions.
I'm in favour.
All those against? So that's clearly lost. So we now...
It's finished,
Oh, sorry, abstention. Yeah, one abstention. We need a new proposal. Is somebody happy to make a proposal?
We have to refuse.
Yeah, we don't need a proposal, do we?
We need to.
Yeah, we need some.
There needs to be
We need
a decision.
reasons.
Then if
We
it's
need
to be refused,
reasons,
there does need to
yeah.
be a vote as to whether it should be refused, and someone needs to table a motion on what grounds it should be refused.
Can I just ask Chris just to explain that? We do need to have a vote.
So my understanding is, well, the vote to approve the application has not gone through. So it would be a decision hasn't been made as yet. It's for a councillor to propose an alternative motion, and for that to be considered at this point, because no decision has actually been made at this point.
Could I propose that we approve this application, because it is just the principle of development, isn't it? But instead of having the complicated condition that Chris said, 2/3 of which we couldn't really support, whether we could include as a condition instead a management plan, that at the reverse side, that a management plan for access is included.
This is chaos.
Yes, okay. No, that's fine.
We just had a very clear proposal to accept a recommendation, and this planning board have turned it down. They've refused it, and that's the end of it. We can get on to the next thing now.
It's not, because no, just as Chris has just explained, that's not the end of it. Do you want to just repeat that?
The last motion was whether or not to grant permission. That vote didn't go through, so it's been decided not to grant permission. It hasn't been decided to grant permission, but it hasn't been decided to refuse permission either. As things stand, no decision has been made. If the committee wish to refuse permission, they need to articulate a reason for refusing permission. So it would be for someone to propose that as a motion. If that is what it's not for me to suggest what may or not be proposed, but all I can say is at this point in time, no decision's been made. So either a proposal to approve the scheme needs to be remade and a vote taken, or a proposal to refuse permission needs to be made and a vote taken.
Right, Councillor Boynton.
Chair, I'd like to put forward a proposal that we defer this matter until we've got more information that covers the safety of the children. That's the issue we're talking about, I'm assuming we've turned it down on. And a deferral for more information might be more suitable. We're not actually turning it down at that, we're asking for more information.
That find a seconder.
I'm happy to second that, and the reason would be that we haven't secured sufficient information that safe access can be achieved, and we are echoing the comments of Jeff Hernandez from County Highways, who also requested, and his request was also related to number of parking spaces. So I think, does that sound like it's a reasonable reasons?
Anyone wish to speak on that proposal? No.
Sorry, I thought we were voting originally on outline planning permission and reserved matters would be dealt with later. That was my understanding, and that was the case that was made to us.
That didn't get through, that didn't get the vote. So as Chris has explained, we haven't got any decision. We were at the point of having no decision. We've now had a recommendation for deferral, which I can't remember who seconded it. Who proposed it? Yeah, Councillor Boynton proposed it. Councillor Hughes seconded. Councillor Dobbs, sorry. So I am going to take a vote on that. All those in favour? And against? And abstentions? Thank you. Whew. Thank you, Rosie.
Very brave.
Okay.
Rosa.
Oh, she's moved, that's all. Okay, members, so we move on to application 5.3, which is on page 49 of your papers. We do have a second application relating to the Bell Inn, which is 5.4. We will take them separately. So the first application is 25/00752 full, the Bell Inn, 47 The Hill, Cromford, and that's for change of use from public house, ground floor and cellar to a dwelling and associated works. Gina,
We've got a speaker.
Oh, sorry, I've got the speakers. I do apologise. So can I call upon Sanjay Patel, who's the agent? Apologies, Sanjay. You do have 5 minutes.
Thank you, firstly, for the opportunity to speak here today. My name's Sanjay Patel. I'm the agent for the project and speaking on behalf of the applicant. I'd like to briefly cover the Historic England consultation response to the application. The consultation raises a concern suggesting alternative uses should be considered to justify allowing residential conversion. Other uses for the pub were considered during the feasibility stage of the project prior to the application. Details are included within the submitted design statement. Retail use, office, community and social facilities, cafe and restaurant uses were all considered and were discounted for a variety of reasons, including the location of the property within a residential area and away from the village centre, the listed building status and the level of alteration work required to form new shop fronts, for example, and the lack of dedicated car parking or space for regular deliveries or any immediately accessible outdoor space. Also, with relevance to other uses, the marketing exercise undertaken by the applicants first listed the property for sale in January 2024. Since then, there has been no serious interest or any offers received for the property for use as a pub or for any other use. In summary, the application has considered alternative uses, and the conversion of the public house to a dwelling is the most viable use for the building. The proposals seek to preserve the character and significance of this heritage asset through carefully considered and minimal alteration work. Thank you for your time and for the opportunity to address these points with you this evening.
Thank you. Thank you. Members, we do have a late representation in connection with this application, so I'll give you a couple of minutes to read that through. Members, have you had sufficient time? Thank you. Gina Hoffman, as the case officer, would you like to take us through this application, please?
Yes, thank you, Chair. This is an application relating to the Bell Inn, which is at 47 The Hill at Cromford. Currently, well, its last use was as a pub, which covered the ground floor and the cellar. They're now looking at wanting to reuse the pub element as a unit of accommodation, 2 bedrooms. So they've put a application in for us alongside the listed building application for the associated works. A public house is considered a community use under policy HC 15 of the local plan, which does protect against the loss of things like pubs. So in order to be able to move forward with an application as such, you do need to provide evidence under either Part A of HC 15 or Parts B and C. In this case, it's a little bit strange because the information has been provided in terms of A, which is to show where there is other opportunities for the same community use within the area, so the area of Cromford. And there's also been a marketing exercise done under criterion B. So they've done criterion A, which is a standalone, but they've also gone into criterion B as well. So there has been a marketing exercise done to try and have it as a continue using it as a public house. That's been done both at both trying to find a new tenant for it, a new landlord, and it's also been offered at freehold as well to try and sell the property. Full details of that have been included in the design and access statement. But that exercise has not got any serious sort of bids, and it's also given opportunities for good rental, agreements, and there has been additional attempts to add additional time to tenancies and things, but so far that hasn't been successful. So they're looking at repurposing it for use as a residential unit. So we've got to be happy in the full application that we feel that the marketing and the other parts of the application have demonstrated the use, the historic use and current use as a pub can no longer be operated from there. Within the application, I'm happy that the criterion has been met. There is other public houses within Cromford. There isn't actually a particular number of pubs and things that you need to have per town. So it is a case of if you think there's enough to sort of serve the population. I know in Cromford there is a couple of pubs. I know currently there's two that remain open, which is the Boat Inn, and there's a wine bar as well, which is near the Tapas Bar. I understand the Greyhound is currently being looked, has been left, and that'll be looking for new tenants as well. But in case of this one, at the moment, we at this stage, we know there's 3, in theory, pubs elsewhere in Cromford that are close to the marketplace that can still be utilised for that use. We have had some concerns raised by Historic England in relation to the application, who are concerned with the loss of the pub, because the pub, I suppose, is part of the cultural heritage of it. But we're aware also that we would rather have a listed building within use than something empty. We would want to see optimum valuable use of that property. And the exercise undertaken as part of this planning application suggests that the pub use is no longer, at the moment, a viable use, and that a residential use may be better to get somebody in that unit, and see looking after maintaining the listed building and undertaking the works required to it. Part of trying to respect the cultural heritage of the pub as well is we are going to, the signage of the bell inn is going to be retained, so the high level signage is going to be retained, so there will still be some recognisable throwbacks to its use as a pub. And also the level of sort of alterations are mostly internal, so there could be a chance maybe in the future, if circumstances were to change, that you could change it back into a pub. It hasn't totally been changed that couldn't happen again. So I think this gives it a freedom as well. If there is ever an occasion where it could be reused, if circumstances change, there isn't a huge amount of alterations that would impact it's been changed back into a pub as well. So we think, although we acknowledge the concerns of the Historic England, which has also been with our conservation officer also considering the same, is that we'd rather have the building in a use than out of a use. We feel that enough information has been provided to show that at the moment the viable use of the building doesn't appear to be a pub. There is other opportunities for public houses in Cromford, and enough sort of is shown in the marketing exercise to suggest that nobody's sort of interested in purchases at the moment, and it has been empty for some time. So that's why I put a recommendation forward of allowing for the change of use from a pub at the ground floor, at the ground floor and the cellar, to one residential unit. The flat above will be retained as another unit of accommodation, and the beer garden across the road will be kept as a garden space, and I have put conditions on that to make sure it sort of is retained as a green area more than anything else as well. So I think we can suggest that because that's quite a prominent area on the hill, that we'll also have some control over that. So I think, yes, it's just my recommendation is that the change of use be allowed. So if you've got any questions or anything on that. Thank you.
Thank you, Gina. Any questions from members, please? Councillor J.
Yeah, this policy that it seems okay to change of use a pub into residential use. Would that apply if somebody wanted to do that to the Greyhound, which is currently closed down? You know, is it a general principle that it is okay? Is it a message that we're sending?
They would have to undertake the same level of exercise to prove the criterion, so they would have to undertake marketing exercises. I think marketing exercise that's been done here has been over an 18-month period. So if they sort of submitted something at this moment in time, we obviously know it wasn't a pub that long ago, but we wouldn't be able to stop them putting an application in potentially. But obviously, in terms of what else is offered, if we already know that the Bell Inn has got planning permission for a change of use potentially, then we'd have to say there's already less than what there currently is. So I think it would be a slightly different case there, but they could apply for that, but they would have to go through the same proof, trying to prove the criterion's been met as in this case.
Councillor Bates.
Yeah, the land across the road, who would maintain that? The owners of the two flats, or?
Yes, it's in the ownership of the two flats, so it would be assigned. I've asked for, I think, a plan to show how it's going to be separated and things like that, so it would be a case that whichever one's decided for each flat, it would be their land to maintain as well.
Any more questions, members? If not, move on to debate. It has been, we have a recommendation of approval subject to conditions. Oh, loads of hands up. Who's first? Councillor Slack.
Yeah, I'd like to move the application. I think it's a very good report from Gina, and it's excellent. So I'd like to move it. Chair, thank you.
So does that find a seconder? Oh, who's up first then? I think it... Who was up first? Whose hand was up first? Councillor Linthwaite.
Yes, I'll second that, thank you.
Yeah. Just remember, members, we are taking a vote on application 2500752 full. We will move on to the second application relating to the Bell Inn in a minute when we've taken the vote on this one. So, does anybody wish to speak? No, in that case then I will take the vote. It has been recommended for approval. All those in favour? I think that's unanimous. Thank you, members. So if we move on to application 5.4, 25/00753 /LBALT, the Bell Inn, 47 The Hill, Cromford, works associated with the change of use from public house, ground floor and cellar to dwelling. Mr Patel, you do have the opportunity to speak again if you wish to. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. So this is the second application which relates to the listed building consent, which is seeking the alterations to the building as part of the change of use from a pub to a dwelling house. In terms of alterations, it is fairly minor in terms of alterations, more so in terms of having a layout inside that's more less open. So you're looking at infilling some openings, removing a section of wall to add for the addition of an ensuite, infilling an opening to the cellar stairs for things like safety, refurbishing the existing courtyard area, and introducing linings to the walls and things to provide proper insulation and things. Externally, they're going to remove some of the cabling and air conditioning equipment. Some of that's just sort of been left, so that will be removed totally. They're going to refurbish the Bell Inn signage, and obviously keep that's going to be retained as it is. There's going to be an existing roof light that's already there is going to be replaced with a conservation roof light, so probably something better, more recessed into the roof, and the replacement of external doors, which we've asked for details and things of. So we do think, in terms of what's been put forward, there wouldn't be an unacceptable level of harm to the listed building. There could still be chances in the future if the changing circumstances for these to be changed back for use as a pub. But we think they're quite acceptable alterations. And in terms of the concerns raised by Historic England, sort of the comments fell into the list of building side again is we would say that although the cultural history of the building is important as part of the listing, we think obviously maintaining, retaining things like the signage, but also making sure that this building remains open and in use and well maintained is the best optimal use of it and the best way of keeping it in use and appropriately looked after. So our conservation officer, though understanding their concerns, would be in agreement that having it in use and with these sympathetic minor changes is quite a reasonable request. Thank you.
Thank you, Gina. Questions, members? No questions? Move to debate. Do we have a recommendation of approval? Would anybody like to? Councillor Bates.
I'd like to approve those, Chair.
Does that find a second? Councillor Dobbs. Does anybody wish to speak? Go straight to the vote then. All those in favour for approval? That's unanimous. Thank you. Thank you. So you've had quite a long wait. Musical jazz there. So, members, we now come to application 5.5, which is application 26/00049/PIP, Lodge Rise, Clifton Road, Clifton, and it's for the proposed erection of 5 dwellings. Now, this application and the next one are going to be taken by Edward Borden, and he's going to explain to us exactly what a PIP is.
Thank you, Chair. If you just bear with me, I'm just going to get the presentation up.
There are no speakers and no late reps.
Okay. First slide, next second. Current slide. Okay. There you go. So thank you, Chair. So permission in principle sought for the erection of 5 dwellings. So as promised, I need to set out what a permission in principle actually is. So it's a consent route it's an alternative way of obtaining planning permission for housing-led development, which separates the in-principle matters from the technical details of development. So it's a 2-stage process, and this application that's before us at the moment is for the first stage, which is permission in principle. So it only deals with those in-principle matters. So officially it's the issues of location, land use and amount of development. So we're considering the location for 5 dwellings, the amount and the land use in general, which is of course residential. So in that context, the site is a roughly rectangular parcel of land situated just south of the A52, A515 roundabout in the south of Ashbourne. The site itself is effectively an area of grassland that's been maintained in association with the existing property Lodge Rise, which is a detached dwelling just west of the site. The site itself sits just above a woodland buffer between it and the A52 roundabout. It's raised slightly higher, but it sort of sits on a plateau. Members will have seen from the site visit that it's higher up and is not doesn't bear an immediate relationship with the roundabout. It sits on a plateau, and then there's further agricultural land that slopes up as you go further south. In terms of its location from a planning perspective, it's about 80 metres from the settlement boundary with Ashbourne, which is a Tier 1 settlement. So I've provided a map there with the blue boundary, which is the application site, and then the boundary in yellow is the actual settlement boundary there. In terms of the site itself, members will have seen from the site visit, but the area highlighted in red is effectively the area that would be developed as part of that. So it sits some distance away from the existing detached dwelling. And then that's a picture of the existing access. So a new access will be formed on the left side of those two existing ones. That allows for better gradients than the existing two actually have as well. This is an image of the site approach from the edge of Clifton village, and this is one from the Aldi Lodge, and then so the site there is depicted with a little green arrow, if you can see that. And this is a picture as well from the A52 roundabout as well. So as you can see, there's an area of woodland, and it rises up quite steeply, and then the site itself plateaus out. And then this is a picture from the top of the existing access. And then that's facing inwards towards the site. It's next to the existing dwelling. So with that in mind, we bring back to the site plan there. So in this context, it's technically in the countryside, but it does hold a close relationship with Ashbourne itself. And given it's a Tier 1 settlement, the site's considered to be sustainably located in those regards. So whilst there's a technical non-compliance with policy, when you factor in things like the tilted balance in the MPPF, there's clear weight in favour of 5 new dwellings in an area that's closely located to one of our more sustainable settlements in the district. The Highway Authority have reviewed the application. They're satisfied that the site can be developed in principle. They do raise concerns in their comments about the existing access arrangements, particularly for pedestrians. However, they're satisfied that, subject to a number of details they'd expect at the next stage, access for pedestrians and for vehicles can be satisfactorily addressed. That consists of providing some new, effectively drop curves on Clifton Road to facilitate a smooth crossing there, where there's an existing pavement on the other side. Matters on things like ecology, biodiversity and drainage and trees, given that the site's bounded by a lot of trees, they'll all be dealt with at the technical details consent stage. There's nothing in principle that indicates that any of those matters would be fundamental constraints to developing the site to the extent that the developer's seeking there. So overall, effectively, it would be an approval based on tilted balance. That's my recommendation, given that the benefits, there's no adverse impacts that would significantly or demonstrably outweigh the benefits of the scheme. Thank you.
Questions? Councillor Bottle.
I notice it's in principle, and I realise we can't be writing policy on the hoof as a committee, but is there any particular reason why it couldn't be 10 houses? Could they come back with 10?
Through you, Chair. Ultimately, we're determining the application that's in front of us. If they wished to or found scope for facilitating a new application that was for 10 houses, I'm sure the developer would entertain submitting that. That would have to be dealt with separately. The assessment I've made is purely on that basis, and indeed the same for any of the consultants that were included, such as the Highway Authority. They'll have made their assessment based on this amount of development. So it wouldn't be my place at this stage to comment on the acceptability of more houses in that location, but there'd be. That would have to be dealt with under another application, basically.
I think the developer would be surprised to find that I'm a bit against scattergun small executive developments across the countryside. I'd rather have little communities. So this 5, they have to come back with 5. They don't have an option to come back with 7 or 9 or 11 or any other prime number.
Not through the scope of this specific permission in principle. By all means, the developer could use that. Bear in mind as well, I should clarify, it's not, given that it's very much just in principle. It is essentially like an allocation in a plan. Bear in mind that's not literally what this does, but it's the same level of protection, as it were. So the developer could absolutely cite that as a material consideration for submitting another scheme, perhaps of more density. But like I say, this specific permission in principle wouldn't give that. It is specifically for 5 dwellings.
Thank you very much.
Councillor Bates.
Thank you, Chair. My comments is about highways. I'm quite surprised that they've put in no objection when their neighbour, where their drive is 5 metres up the road, we have just refused their application, and that was on highways ground. They're stating that they need 103 metres visibility in both directions. Now, this Westwood was 89 metres. This will be further down the road, so that'll be less than 89. So I'm surprised. I know it should be a question, but why they've put in no objection? Can you clarify that?
Through you, Chair, in terms of the level of showing their working that is set out in the comments they've provided, I don't know any further details than what they've elaborated on as to why they've come to their conclusion. I mean, what I would say is that at this stage it's purely a matter of could you feasibly or in principle deliver an access. It's not at this stage saying that we're definitely happy with it on the face of it. It is more about setting up and move it. It's what you can say is that it's sort of signalling to the developer that it is worth carrying out those additional investigations and building a more detailed application for 5 dwellings, and that includes matters of access. So highways have set out in detail as to what they think will be needed at that technical details stage. Because bear in mind, they're not. They did still raise some concerns about the existing arrangements, and they'd want to see a series of improvements to make sure that it was safe to accommodate a bunch of new houses. But it's on that basis, and that can all be dealt with at the later stage.
Councillor Hughes.
Thank you, Chair. Picking up on Neil's point about a nice to build a community rather than 5 houses, I'd like to just ask you about the relationship between this application and the SLA that it sits within in the revised local plan, and the adjacent SLAs which take into in the house we drove past yesterday, where the drive goes past, all the land in between that house and the current site, the land behind the site, which shows on the map as having a pond in it, which we noticed was being used as a caravan site, and the land to the southeast of the site and the south of the site. So, in fact, there's a large area of land surrounding the site, and I worry a bit that by permitting 5 houses, we are undermining the development of a community that might come to place if the SLA is accepted into the local plan. Now, I know we can't do anything about this application, so I'm going to do it the other way around. Is there anything we can note about at this stage that will ensure that we don't constrain the development of a larger settlement at this location after the local plan has been approved, hopefully approved?
Through you, Chair, I think it's a good point and good question to raise in terms of the fact that there's a wider site submitted as part of the SLA. As you've said, it's not confirmed at this stage. The council hasn't taken a formal position on it, and it's not part of the adopted plan. But what that means in practice, in terms of determining this application, is it just means that it's not prejudicing or impacting on any existing plans that the part of the development plan. That would be an issue if it was. In terms of how this permission, if it was granted, factors into any future considerations as part of the local plan. I think it will just form a new context for if the local plan committee and if the local plan included a wider allocation of that site, then it would just effectively have to deal with an up-to-date context, because it depends on whether this scheme actually comes to fruition. If it does, then in principle, again, without looking into the details, any allocation or any scheme that came forward to deliver on that allocation would simply have to work out a way of coming forward in a way that collaborates well with the houses if they were approved. So the 5 dwellings there, they could form part of a wider scheme potentially. It depends on the timings of things, but as it stands, there's no issues with moving forward, even in the context of that SHLA, because it's not been adopted as of yet.
Any more questions from members? Okay. So, sorry, just want to make it clear that this recommendation is to grant permission in principle to propose something.
Yeah, I'd just like to propose that we grant the permission in principle.
Find a seconder. Councillor Lentwaite, do you wish to speak?
No, thank you.
Anybody wish to speak in debate? Councillor Dobbs.
Very quickly, Chair, and just to congratulate Ed on his choice of words. Smooth crossing in terms of pedestrians, and perhaps a message to highways that dropped curbs and bumpy paving stones do not make a safe crossing, especially there on the 515.
Councillor Bates.
I can't support this. It's a sexually busy road. Traffic coming out onto that from the roundabout. Pedestrians. If anybody's tried to cross from Clifton Road to Waterside, you take your life in your hands at the minute. So no, I can't support this.
Councillor Buttle.
I was going to, excuse me, excuse me. I was just wondering how we can frame this so it becomes a more joined up proposal with the surrounding areas in the future. Can we just say delay it by 5 years or something? Is there any way we can just slow this down until it becomes part of a grander plan for a tier 1 settlement? And I accept Anthony's view that it's probably not a good place to put it anyway, that access.
Through you, Chair, what I would advise, I suppose, is at this stage, the council, in the process of developing its local plan, will be, as part of the SHLA process, for example, is liaising with all the relevant landowners that put forward sites for that reason. So, in that sense, we can't put a delay on this particular permission principle. It lasts for 3 years from the day it's granted, and it's within the applicant's gift as to whether or not they want to pursue that and go on further with it. So we'd have to deal with the context as it was set out at the time. If that ended up meaning that further houses had to relate well to what's already been developed at that point, then that would have to be dealt with at that stage. But as it stands, that's not the context that we have. But indeed, given the SHLA submission, we'll have to see how that progresses. And that may well give the developer further options or the applicant further options as to how they wish to proceed on that. But as I say, the council will already be in those discussions with those landowners.
Gotcha, exactly. I understand. So do I need to take into account whether I'm going for or against this in the fact that we're creating an executive type development on top of a hill in the landscape, and so we're likely to get more of that? If they put in 9, I might have said, yeah, go for it, and they've gone for 5, so it's like very straight. I don't quite know which I'm going with this. I'll have to wait to see.
Through your chair. So in terms of what we can consider at this stage, we can purely consider the location, land use, and amount of development. So that concern would fall under amount of development, but it would have to, if there was a concern around the density as proposed at the moment, it would have to be demonstrated that there was an in-principle issue with that caused some adverse impact, bearing in mind the decision context that we have to make it in terms of the tilted balance. So effectively, 5 houses is better than 0 at this stage, even if there was a desire for a higher density level, the recommendation in the report has not considered what different character impacts that will have. Bearing in mind we don't actually know what the layout or the style of dwellings that would come forward. We only know the amount and the fact that they are dwellings and going in that location. So I think at this stage it's any refusal on that base would have to be material and demonstrate a real impact.
Thank you very much. That's very clear.
Any other member wish to speak before I take the vote? Okay, so it has been moved and seconded for approval to grant permission in principle. All those in favour, please show. Against and abstentions. That's clearly approval. Thank you. The final application for this evening, 5.6 application number 25/01187/PIP land off Derby Road, Doveridge, proposed residential development of between 5 and 6 dwellings. We have a late representation from Mr. Malkin, who's the Director of JMI Planning, so I will give members a couple of minutes to read that. Are we okay to carry on, members? Anybody want any more time? So we have no speakers on this application. It's over to you again, Edward.
Thank you, Chair. So this is, again, a permission in principle. This one's sought for between 5 and 6 dwellings, so that's either 5 or 6, just to clarify. I'm not going to, hopefully everyone is happy with the concept now of a permission in principle and the scope and what we can and can't consider. So in this case, the site is an irregular parcel of agricultural land southeast of Doveridge. It's enclosed predominantly by existing hedgerows with access from Yelt Lane, adjacent to the eastern boundary. The surrounding land uses comprise mainly of agricultural fields with a few dwellings and a commercial yard directly west of the site. So this is the site's relationship with the settlement framework, so the settlement boundary of Doveridge. The site's in blue and the settlement boundary is in yellow there. So the site at its closest is about 250 metres away from the settlement boundary, and it's separated by a range of agricultural fields. So it's not considered to be an edge of settlement development in that sense. It's not considered to comply with policy S4. So it stands to consider it under the tilted balance, so the benefits of providing 5 to 6 houses versus the impacts they will have. Just in terms of, before I go on to that in detail, covering other matters, things like amenity and highways, neither of those have been raised as any fundamental constraints towards delivering that amount of houses on this site. The primary impact that's been found relates to the spatial and visual impact that comes down to building that amount of houses in that location. It predominantly because it's a relatively flat topography. It'll be very visible from the main road into Doveridge, and it has an urbanising effect in that sense. So there's a character and spatial harm by locating that amount of development in that area. And in this case, with the tilted balance in mind, it's considered that is an adverse impact that significantly outweighs the benefits in that sense. So that's the context behind the recommendation. There aren't really a lot of other considerations that form part of that. That is the main issue at play for this. So thank you.
Thank you. Questions? Councillor Slack.
Thank you, Chair. Edward, it's outside the settlement boundary, so really only affordable housing could be built there, is that correct?
Through you, Chair. So for a site of this nature, yes. I mean, in terms of, there are other exceptions for developments that are considered on the edge of, but in practice that is treated as ones that are touching the settlement boundary, things like that. And those are in instances where we don't have a 5-year supply. But in any case, because there's a gap between them, yes, there's no criterion under which this falls where it would be accepted under policy S4. But importantly, the context is that we have to do this on tilted bounds, which is set out in the MPPF. So, because, for example, referring to the last application that that the committee has considered, that also was in the countryside as well. But the difference relates to the application of the tilted balance and considering the impacts versus the benefits.
Thank you.
Councillor Hughes.
Referring back to the revised local plan again, and there are schlars fairly close to this between this site and Doveridge that would reduce the distance between this site and the revised boundaries to Doveridge. Now, as far as I see it, this application might be improved by that, but the issue with this application is the poor use of the space, given that it's using it's ribbon development along the road, and doesn't make good use of the site behind the road, which effectively subdividing the field into 2 lots. So, as far as I can see it, the applicant could bring forward the whole field for the local plan if they if they felt it was important to build on that site. And I'm a bit confused as to the value of this particular application. Am I right to think that it's the way the land is being used that is the main problem with this application, or a problem with this application in addition to the distance to Doveridge?
Through you, Chair. So I guess again similar to the previous item, it's whilst we have got those SLAR submissions and we don't know at this stage whether or not those are going to be accepted, because they'll have to factor in their own assessments from a policy perspective and from a wider spatial strategy as to what happens if you include those, what happens to the character of Doveridge and how that's factored in. Based on what we have at this stage, the main issue is indeed it comes down to, from my perspective, it comes down to the visual and perceived impact that it has, just in terms of its positioning and its relationship with Doveridge, given that it is separated. There are existing portions of dwellings along that road, but they don't form part of the settlement, and ultimately if the local plan felt that those should be included, that would have been done at that stage. But given that they weren't identified as part of that, there's not a local plan reason to encourage merging those and building more ribbon development along that section. In terms of if they tried to submit for a larger part of the agricultural field, I think again, going off a hypothetical, I think that you'd still have similar issues. Of course, the benefits would be a lot higher given the quantum of housing, but you would then still run up with the impact on the spatial strategy. Of course, that would be different if we had a different adopted local plan that had other allocations in it. but we don't at this stage. So I have to determine it based on what's presented with us.
Thank you.
Councillor Buttle.
I don't think they've actually, National Highways have got round to doing their longitudinal grind on the A52, so it's still a really loud space. So I wouldn't even want to live there. It's just total background hum. But that's by and by. I'd like to recommend the officers' report and approve it.
Just check that there aren't any further questions from members. Okay. So you're recommending, you're going with officer recommendation for refusal on this one. Does that find a seconder? Yeah. Thank you, Councillor Boynton. Yeah. I will take the vote. All those in favour? That's unanimous, yeah? So that the appeals process, I'm tired, progress report on page 97. Obviously, there's, they're all important, but some are perhaps more difficult to accept than others. Do you want to comment, Chris?
I don't have any particular comment, but actually just to a factual point, the first page which summarises the decisions, there's actually a couple of errors in there. So land east of 21 Cavendish Drive, Ashbourne, that says appeal dismissed. It was actually allowed. Oh. And then the old schoolhouse, Wellbanks, that appeal was dismissed. So just to clarify those 2 points. And I believe that one is actually, the appeal decision is missing from the pack, so we need to circulate that one to members separately. So just wanted to draw members to attention to those things.
Thank you. Councillor Dobbs.
If members would give me a couple of minutes. Yeah, thanks, Chris, for that. It's also wrong on the portal. It has the same error of the land to east of 21 Cavendish Drive. That's also, in other words, it's consistent with the table, which, as you've just said, is not the case. Very disappointing. But it's in particular commenting on the Throstlenest Way one, which was allowed, and if members will bear with me 2 minutes, I know it's terribly late, but I would like to read a statement, and I hope you'll agree with what it suggests. Is that okay? I will shut up if you want me to. Right, so the decision by the Government Planning Inspector to allow the appeal concerning the Throstlenest Way development in Brailsford is clearly very disappointing. One of the striking comments from his report is the statement that while developments should not increase flood risk elsewhere, it is not a requirement that they should seek to resolve existing problems. And this highlights 2 issues. Whose responsibility is it to resolve existing problems? And more pertinently, how is that to be funded? And, secondly, what happens if the existing problem is in fact due to a previous development that overestimated the capacity of a watercourse or sewer? There's a fundamental weakness, in my opinion, in the current methodology that appears to assume that discharge routes for surface water from a SUD system are not highly significant. In other words, it matters where it goes. Routinely, we see greenfield runoff calculations made for sites that may also ignore runoff from higher land that surrounds the site, with this figure used to derive a discharge figure for the SUDs. It's then regarded as appropriate to allow water to discharge into a convenient ditch, stream or culvert at this rate, apparently irrespective of whether that runoff would have ended up in that particular watercourse before. I suggest that this means that poorly researched discharge routes from SUDs can increase flood risk elsewhere, and that there is an increasing body of evidence emerging to support this. And therefore I request that we write to the LLFA requesting clarification on issues 1 and 2 above. That's whose responsibility is it to resolve existing problems, and 2, how's that going to be funded? and also that we ask what data they're looking for when they ask a developer for information on the capacity of the chosen discharge route for surface water from a SUDS. We see this is often requested, but without any data appearing in the public domain. If I can give a copy to John, then perhaps we could, if we agree, we could send to LLFA requesting that. Thank you for your time. Sorry it's terribly late, but thank you.
Chris, do you need to make any comment based on Peter's comment?
I mean, if the committee deems it appropriate, I can write on behalf of the committee to the LLFA to ask those two questions. I'm happy to do that on behalf of the committee.
I'm happy to take a vote on that. Is everybody happy with that? If you could just show. Thank you.
I had a query about the appeal being dismissed or the appeal being allowed and how it changed our 10 to 15% or whatever it was of failure rate against the perceived requirement to meet government targets.
I can answer that question, Chair. So with the Throstlenest Way appeal having been allowed, that means that the current 24-month period we're in for assessment covers decisions issued between April 2024 and March 2026. So there's a sort of reset at 1st of April. So as things stand with the Throstlenest Way appeal decision, we're at 9.68%. So if no further decisions on major applications are made prior to the end of this month, then we'll be under the 10%. But I caveat that by saying if any major application is appealed on non-determination before the end of this month, then that would come into the statistics. But assuming that doesn't happen and assuming no decisions on major applications are made prior to the end of March, and there's no planning committees programmed until April, then the figure would stand at 9.68%, so under the 10%.
And come the next year, the next 24-month period, it will reset to a lower quantity and we start again?
Yes, the 24-month periods overlap with one another, so we don't go back to zero. We start from a position that already incorporates some data. I don't off the top of my head know where we are with that. So I wouldn't want to leave the impression that we go back to zero because we have to incorporate a previous overlapping 12-month period, but we would at least be into a new period for assessment.
Councillor Hughes.
I don't want to delay it long, but and this is about an appeal that was allowed about the signage in on Bakewell Road. For those who don't live in Matlock, there's an application for a sign. Is it 9 metres by 3, illuminated LCD sign for advertising on at the bottom of the dimple, which is just below the shops, just before the garages, the bus garages on the way into Matlock along Bakewell Road. And it was allowed because there was a sign on the opposite side of the road, a hoarding on the opposite side of the road for ferns. And the issue is, for me, aren't we trying to improve planning and our visual environment through planning? And how do we get the planning inspectors to accept that we want to improve our environment, not maintain the status quo, which was what the planning inspector said he was doing in allowing this sign to be put up?
Thank you, David. I was going to comment on this one as well as a Matlock member. I think we were really disappointed when we saw this. This advertisement's going to be, what, 2.1 metres high on a plinth, 2 metres high, 6 metres by 3 metres in width and height. It's going to be internally illuminated, and I notice the inspector says, I note the lack of illuminated advertisements in the immediate surroundings. However, it would not significantly exceed the size and scale of other adverts, and he points out the Stanley Fern Shop. The Stanley Fern Shop, bike shop, is a really historic shop in this part of Matlock, and the signage there is really not obtrusive, and this will be. I'm absolutely convinced of that, and I think the officers were disappointed as well with that result, weren't they? Yeah. Am I right, Chris?
I have to be careful what I say about an inspector's decision. all I'll say is that the officer recommendation and delegated decision was to refuse advertisement consent. I'll say no more than that.
Fair enough. Fair enough. Anybody else wish to make any comment on the appeals progress report? I need to take a vote. All those in favour of accepting this report? Thank you. That's. Oh yeah, I've forgotten to ask. I'll move it. Can I have a seconder? Councillor Hughes, Councillor Dobbs. All those in favour? We're all tired, aren't we? That's unanimous. Yeah. Can I just at this point thank the officers for, you know, bearing with us. It's been a long meeting, and if you could thank the other ones, please. Yeah. But, especially Chris and James and Edward and John for sticking it out to the end, and to all of us for sticking it out until the end. So thank you.
John has to do them all. Yeah. You have to come back up for other meetings like this, don't you?
Yeah.
When he closed the meeting.
A couple of minutes about constitution. I need to grab Chris before he does.
Oh, okay.